Got the kiln heating up already. Take the first load of shit down. Sweating my ass off already, and I ain't even started yet. Oh, fuck. I had to walk my kid to his friend's house. I didn't have to. This is just what I do. What's up, Chad? How you doing? Doing good here. Staying busy as usual. Chico's lost, like always. It's like, where am I? Fuck me. All right, well. Kid ain't here, so I don't need the AC on. Chico don't give a fuck. As long as he's got patches his butt to hang out in. He wants mine real bad right now. Jumping up and down, talking like, hey, you just got back for every trip. We're going 10 minutes, walk my kid to the house, to his friend's house. He's tripping. Like, no, you just got back. So I don't know how they're going to act. We'll probably just go ahead and do some cuneiform today rather than jamming out. I've been getting my metal on like a motherfucker. Well, I've been over here by myself doing things. Some nice cold moo juice going on. Let's go make a mess. It's Saturday, so I'm sticking to light work today. Not getting too complicated. Too hot. Definitely don't want to get too fucking hot. It's already 100 out. It's supposed to be down to the 30s in the next couple of days here. Fucking 100-degree to 30s. That's normal. If you have 3 suns in your system. Grab some. I don't burn out my camera or your irises, eyeballs. So I got a bunch of collar tubes while I was playing hooky last week. Been making a bunch of colored shit. Just sold everything I had. Again. So I'm sitting here, speaking of which. Sitting here waiting on a money order from one of our friends. It hasn't got here. little good news, a little bad news. I still have not got the check, but I've got a live show going. Catfish's Corner over here. I guess you could go off of my page. I left a link on it and connected to it. We're over here blowing glass today. I want to let him know what we're doing over here. Yeah, earlier my fucking net dropped out, so we'll see if we can't avoid that kind of shit. But I mean, as hard as she's double inducing right now, God knows it, we might be redoing this feed every 5 minutes. We'll see. 600. It gives us time to pack a bowl, doesn't it? Upstairs. Pack a bowl of this. We're gonna shake. What up, Jelly Figures? How you doing? I don't know. Well, this is my new channel, bud. Ain't nobody knows about it. Cool, Chad. We'll be here for a few hours, anyways. I got a lot of work to do. A lot of hash to smoke. Nice little chunk of it right there. Flavor we're chewing on here. Purple Sunset. I'll go with it. I like anything fruity. And this stuff sure is that. I haven't stopped being normal. I just stopped posting it. It was getting in the way, man. Too many goddamn people complaining to me. It was giving me a hard time. There's fucking almost 400 videos on there that didn't need to be there. And I don't need any more goddamn headache. It was making it hard on me. So this is the hangout. Expect much of the same. If you fucking piss me off, I'll block your ass. This is my fucking corner, bitches. It's glad to be back hanging out with people, though. I don't have anybody to fucking chat with about this shit either. And I sure as hell ain't trying to have an argument in here in my workspace. That's all. And this is for people who don't have anywhere else to hang out and talk about this shit. This isn't for people who are just learning about this shit, because I will fucking chop your head off. Tell me I won't. I'll jump up and down on your neck, goddammit. That's just my way. At least I'm upfront about it, right? I'm instantly gratifying on letting them know what my rules are. Get ready to have your neck jumped on if you give me a hard time in here. I ain't here for that. This is also a donate button free channel. Not here for your views. I'm here to hang out with people that have watched the moon flip and understand what it means. That's pretty much, I don't give a fuck about anything else. As long as you understand what that means and what it's doing, if you've taken the time to actually look at it for yourself, you got a place right here. What have I been up to today? Jesus, what haven't I been up to today? I made videos. I've been researching shit since 3 o'clock this morning. And I just ended up back home from walking my son down the block to his friend's house for a few hours so he can hang out. Because I'm always getting on him. I'm like, man, you only live like 3 blocks from your boy. Why in the hell don't you guys hang out? You're sitting here talking on your headphones, playing these games. I said, go over to his fucking house or have him come. So we went over to his house, socializing. I was like, fuck yeah, I'll walk you down there. Crazy kids, man. Man, he almost fucking 16, dude. You couldn't catch me at home when I was that age. And he don't want to leave. He don't want to leave. He's like, huh? Yeah, he's got to make it easy on him. You know, a lot of people might think it's hard to live with me, but I ain't got too many rules. And the kid knows my rules. He's been growing up around them. Who's sitting in silence? Everybody? Yeah. Hi, Nikolai. Your son won't go outside either. That's weird, isn't it? I mean, you couldn't find me at home when I was a kid, man. That's the last place you'd go look for me. But yeah, I mean, he had a pool pass last year. Didn't use it. The only time we went to the pool was when we went to the pool. He was like, Dad, I don't want to go to the pool without you. I was like, what the fuck is that? Dad, I don't want to go to the pool if you're going to be there. That's kind of the way I felt about it. I'm glad my son doesn't hate me, though. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, holy fuck, man. I'd have been at the pool every day. Every day. I'd have been like, hey, baby, I got a pool pass. I'll get you in tomorrow. No, he ain't like that. I thank God for it. Setting fire. Yeah, there you go. See, we'd be causing mischief. That's what I was into. Setting fires, having wars, hitting each other with sticks, throwing rocks at each other. You know, kid shit. Yep, back in the dungeon. Hi, Kate. Welcome back. Yeah, the kids just don't do kid shit anymore. And so I'm glad he wanted to go do some kid shit. I was like, yeah, go. But they're just in his house now, fucking doing the same thing they always do. But at least they like see each other. You know what I mean? Fuck, man. You get mad at each other now, they can just talk about it like we used to, instead of yelling at each other on the fucking onlines. Yeah, normal isn't normal anymore. That's for sure. I don't see anything normal. But what is normal, you know? Fuck, everything we knew wasn't normal either, really. We've been lied to for a long time. Yeah, they don't want kids doing that now, though, Joey. That gives them too much knowledge of the way things work. And right now they can't afford that. They've been dumbing us down to an absolutely insane level as far as like the public goes. It's if you're leaving your kid to public school and you're doing them a great disservice. I mean, you can send them to school fine, but make sure they get some kind of shit at home. Put a little bit of effort into it because they ain't doing shit at school. If you put a little bit of effort into it, it's going to double what they're getting at school because ain't nobody putting no effort in at school. Damn. See, now I made my kid learn how to ride a bike. Go learn, boy. No. He's been riding a bike since he was little. I never let him actually game until he was like 12 or 13. About 2 or 3 years now. In his whole life, he never gamed. He's never had cable. I've been a dick. Although he's had stacks of Blues Clues videotapes that stood taller than me, literally. We had like 300 Blues Clues tapes at one point. Because I dictate what he watches pretty much exclusively to this day. There's even some video gamer things that he likes to watch. I limit the fuck out of that. I don't even like the guy that he watches. He's just an idiot. But I understand. So I let him watch it every now and again. But if I hear it too much, I'm all like, dude, what the fuck? That's it. Push ups. Oh, God. Fucking phys ed time, boy. Oh, man. Don't let them have tech either. Well, see, that's the thing. I've let him just go for the last 2 years, as long as he keeps his grades up and he follows the rules. I have found, honestly, since he's been a teenager, that's the most effective weapon I've got against him. If he does something, all I got to do is unplug something. It don't matter if there's 3 other screens going on. If I unplug one, man, there's tears. I unplugged all 3 and grabbed the one, boy. That's, I'll tell you what, that boy would be polishing brass for the next week just to get that shit back. He told me one time, just spank me. I said, I would if I had to get half the fucking tears out of a spanking that I'm getting out of the pulling this plug. You should have seen this one time he took and he plugged his TV back in. This is years ago. He ain't never done it again. We still have the TV and it works great. But as it was plugged in, I grabbed my scissors and said, "Kala! Cut that fucking cord in half." There was sparks, but I knew there was going to be. I just wanted to catch his attention. And it did. He's sitting there like this. I said, I unplugged it. Does that mean you can plug it back in until you ask? He's like, he's like, you broke it. I'm like, I did. I left it unplugged for a week, of course. But yeah, you just connected the wires back together and plugged it back in and said, there you go. Now you know how to fix a cord too. So it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone almost, Yeah, it was. I had plastic handled scissors. I knew it was coming. I ain't a dumbass. But I was going to show that boy that you don't go plugging in something I just unplugged and punishing you for. That's never going to be plugged in again. I told him, and he believed me. He's like, oh, the tears. Oh my God, the tears. So much more effective than whooping. He'll look at you like he wants to fight. You start trying to whoop his ass now. He's almost 16. I remember that age. I'm too old to be pushing my luck that way. I'll just cut the power. See? Yeah, that's all you got to do. It's like, click. Oh, damn, that sucks for you, doesn't it? Then walk away. I always give them fair warning, though. You got to get like I do anybody else on the YouTube here. They'll be like, you're fucking up. You got one. Oh, too bad you fucking fucked up again before I finish the sentence. Watch this shit. Sometimes it happens like that. It did this morning. Somebody was pasting up album cover pictures all over my place, and he was like, "Oh, my comments are missing." I'm like, "No, they ain't, dude. I'm seeing them." And then he doubled down on it, and I was like, drive me nuts. General public. Your iron, he unplugged your iron lung. That's fucked up. Oh, yeah. I have fun with my kid, man. I mean, we have a good relationship, and I ask him all the time when he's crying. I'm like, "Do you think I'm being unfair?" He's like, "No." I said, "I just wanted to make sure, I wouldn't want to be unfair to you." He's like, "No, I understand," and he does. I'm not unfair to him, but I'm pretty strict. And it's a consistent thing, so he's used to it, so he acts good. Yeah, it kind of sucks when parents are fucked up their kids with some twisted sense of humor shit. So then my grandpa chased me upstairs backwards with a hammer and took my toe off because I didn't move fast enough. Not my toe, my toenail. Anyways, to this day, I gotta operate on it myself occasionally just to keep from having to go into the fucking emergency room. It's painful. Hi there, Polly. How you doing? Yeah, my brother liked jalapeno peppers, and he ate a whole bunch, a jar of them, a big cannon jar full of them. I mean, a big pickle jar in like a day that we had picked up out of El Paso, down there. Well, Brownsville actually is opposite side of the state. A lot of people don't know where it is. Anyway, we was down in Brownsville. That's where my grandpa lived. My great grandpa. We go across the border and pick up fucking jalapeno jars all the time. Cheap. My brother broke into one and ate it. And then my grandpa talked to me. He was having a hard day because his ass was on fire from doing such a thing. I was having problems seeing the chat until after the show, Pollyanna. Yeah, you probably will be getting some buffering for. I mean, you saw Iswa. She's really working it. This channel's fresh and new, completely separated from my other one, so I don't expect it to be shadow banned just yet. Anyway, my grandpa talked my brother into fucking putting Bengay on his sore ass that day, and I ain't got to tell you, he wasn't doing him no favors because Bengay don't mix well with jalapeno juice. Well, the UK and the Atlantic are on the hard side of a draw in right now. I'm kind of in a lax center mode for the next couple of hours. We'll see how that works until it starts sun going down. Then we'll be on the other side of that drawing in part, and you might get excited, especially towards the night. We get them pushes. I lose my internet all the time at night. Field lines going through us. Like I said, if it was me, man, there'd be a whole clear strip on the earth just completely cleared out. I'd be put, I'd be fucking up. Fucking lightning everywhere. Mom's got this really good, man. It must be just you, Jelly. They don't like you, man. It's that fucking YouTube prejudice. They haven't figured out whose channel this is yet. Don't worry, it's coming. Oh shit, these motherfuckers over here talk about the moon. Oh yeah. Hey, here's the burning question on everybody's mind. At least it just hit mine. I have 0 blocked people on this channel. Exactly, Pollyanna. Jesus Christ. That's exactly who I was going to say. I wonder how long it's going to take for Eric Briggs to come on by. Pollyanna, you're too smart for your own good. That's some good shit. Oh. Take before the Eric Briggs fucking finds you. Probably not too long. Yeah, well, he was there before the interview. I had posted up in my messages. Fuck, I think I did this channel too. Anyway, I posted up my messages. 10 minutes later, he was over there talking to him about one of the videos before the fucking interview even happened. And yeah, there's a string of comments there. But I asked him afterwards because he cut the feed, but we were still on Zoom, and I was asking him. I was like, "Have you ever seen that guy before?" He's like, "No, I've never." I was like, "That doesn't surprise me at all. He follows me and my friends around because I mean, the world news guy. He's run into already some glitches and shit, and some weird things happening to him all of a sudden." I told him who I was for real. And he understands now, I think, a little more than what, of course, he did before, for God's sake. A lot of people haven't gone to my biography video, which I laid out my credentials. I show you my contacts with Senator Davis. I show you his email. I show you her email. I show you the resulting emails of X, Y, and Z stuff. Anyway, there is that. um, so if you've missed my biographies, you need to go on my other channel and check that out because I'm traceable. I'm just not easy to find, and Davis doesn't like talking about me. Yeah, unfortunately, Doctor, you're in the UK, right? Yeah, you guys gave up your guns a long time ago. Good luck getting them back. Yeah, you can at least hold in knowledge that, fuck, man, you've actually got it in your chest the ability to disassemble any gun or tank, airplane. Just kind of gotta know how. I'm accepting the fact that even though I don't know how, I've been saved by my magnet before. I've seen the results of it. I shouldn't be here. My whole truck was folded like an accordion, except for the little bubble where I was. And I realized that it wasn't actually like so much to speak like the hand of God protecting me. It was the hand of God protecting me from inside. He just made my magnet that much stronger. I didn't feel it. I came out of there unbloodied. The person that hit me was very bloodied. Almost killed his ass. Uh, I shouldn't be here.
He shouldn't have had that much damage done to him either. By all rights, he was in a huge truck, just mass screams. He should have cut me in half, and he almost did, and it stopped right where my leg was. This is giving your man. This is just telling me that Earth and God Himself has control of my magnet, and always has, and probably always will. So people that are fearing for me, don't. That's my only message I got for you. Don't. I've got ammo and guns, and I don't intend to pick any of it up at this point in time. I really don't. I completely trust in creation. My tools in my chest. I never knew I had. Now, that I knew the properties of, I knew what magnets are capable of, but I had no idea I had one. That changes the rules. Why would we fear any fucking thing? Because we don't know scalar physics and the incredibility of a magnet, I guess. I do. I fully understand magnet principles, physics. I know exactly. I don't know exactly, but I know in my own little fucking pea brain how insanely powerful and incredible beings we are with that little fucking tool in our chest. Oh yeah. And we can be so huge in power if we came together with everybody and on mom. And I mean, it's just incredible what our potential as a species. As an individual, it's insane, but as a species, we couldn't reach. I mean, we could reach. There's not a star we couldn't reach. How's that? I think that's a good way to say it. Here's a star we couldn't reach together. We've literally got the power to interstellar travel here through black holes of our own making. And I decoded that on a Stella, and then I had it confirmed from insane places, including 3 American tribes. They claim that's how they got here. Hi, Kim. Welcome back. Welcome back, Polly. These are just this is just the way it happened. I actually had a Native American medicine man shaman that most of the tribes are actually familiar. He's a big man following me for 3 years on Facebook, and I didn't even know who he was until after that moment. And he was like, "Dude, I knew I was led to you for a reason," and started informing me of who he was, how they got here. Same way I just told you. We have that power to do that. We can go interstellar traveling if we come together in love. Um, Physics. It's fucking physics. That's all there is to it. It's that mystery missing piece. It's magnetism beyond imagination. That's just on the individual scale. Let alone 7 billion of us. That's just I see where the legends come from. We can do some fucking amazing things together. I wouldn't even have a reference to describe the amazingness of our species. An individual I can understand in my small mind. A combined effort on that scale, it'd take a bigger mind than mine to figure out exactly what we would be capable of doing. Just think about it. If you know about scalar and magnets and the properties of it, I mean that applies to your chest and everybody in a combination. We're getting into Hallback arrays beyond incredible fucking calculations and strength. Uh, God knows what we could do. I don't. God does. I give that to him. You know what I mean? That's why I'm like, I understand the strength of my magnet, and I've given control of my magnet to God and Mother. I trust it. That's where I stand on that whole big picture. What's coming, what we're dealing with today. And I would suggest doing the same because it helps me with my seasickness. It helps me understand mom and what we're going through. I can feel the power when she's taking it in through the bow shock and stuff. I can feel all that. I know you can too. Some of it comes out differently. Have a good one, Kate. Yeah, this is the new live channel. That way we don't get 400 or 500 fucking videos stacked up in the info channel. I don't need that kind of headache every day. I spent half of my day literally telling people skip over the live feeds. You can go through this much, and if you want to go through the updates, go through the updates. And I got tired of that shit. It's fucking ridiculous. I shouldn't have to. My God, I got a life. I just done. Well, this will help. Hey, it don't matter if we got 1,000 videos over here because this is just the live channel. This is where people that don't have anywhere else to talk about the fucking moon doing cartwheels can come. And if you don't know the moon's doing cartwheels, haven't looked at it, don't understand it, you're probably going to get your neck jumped on. Care who brought it. This is my work. I'm not here to argue or debate. This is for us to hang out. I'm sorry to hear you've been sick. You don't have equilibrium. Well, Kim, turn on your human frequency. See if it helps. That's the big problem here, Kim. I've been telling folks, I don't know if you caught it or not, but have you tried the human frequency generators? Does it help? Yeah, you can feel it. You can feel everything. You're connected to her magnet. That's the whole thing about magnetism. We're literally, it's not, what do they call that shit? Telepathy. It's not telepathy at all. It's fucking physics and it's coming in on your frequency. Anything on that magnet chain is affected and you get it. If you're listening, you're going to catch it. That's not telepathy. That's the way we used to speak. That's our old language. They want you to think it's magical and just certain people can do it. No, that's how we speak naturally. Naturally. If we just get that programming out of here and we start doing it here, you're going to see pictures, you're going to see emotions and see all at once. You're going to get a general feeling of the person's intent that you're talking to. That's how we dealt with everybody all the time. That's why we never spoke, because spoken word you can hide. That's what's divided us. Yeah, John made a new video. I've been surviving on all this screwed up your ear surgery. That's fucked up. Boy, sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's not going to help you much, is it? It's not the same without me stopping it and adding what we've learned. I haven't had any responses from Josh himself either on his channel. He's doing shows again, so apparently he didn't die of his heart attack. Yay. I haven't caught any of his shows because they're not on YouTube. It's just his channel on YouTube is like an ad channel, I guess, for his webpage. And I'm not paying for anybody's webpage, especially when I'm the holder of the knowledge. I'm just trying to get it to him, you know? Uh, I know he lacks a lot of it just from listening to him read to us. He has a lot of questions that are not answered that we do have the answers to now. and I'd just like to get it to him because I feel indebted to him because he's where I went to hear my cuneiform. I heard a few dry texts, and I was like, man, this is really repetitive. And it really was. If you go right to the actual texts, it gets like the begats. It's like, holy fuck, this is crazy. And then to go to someone that actually pulls out the excerpts beyond all the, because they got this writing style. They'll give you a piece of the story, then they'll go into like the verse, like a song, and then they'll give you more pieces of the fucking story, and then they'll go into the same verse. They just because they're talking to somebody else, but talking about the same thing, and then they repeat every fucking word exact. It's like, but that's how tradition is. That way, when you see these things, like I said, it's burned in your brain, and you're going to realize, make the connections, be like, oh my god, that's what they were saying, and that's the easiest thing for me to do now. When I'm looking at something, now that I understand what we were telling ourselves and how we were telling ourselves things, so much easier to understand what we were saying. It's just that I hope to give that to everybody, because that's a good feeling to understand. I mean, God, we were brilliant. We were absolutely brilliant back in the day. We knew what was going on in creation. We knew our spot in creation. We knew how to heal bunnies, for fuck's sake, man. Grow trees, all kinds of stuff. We could heal damn near any affliction you got. I don't think we had like bring them back from the dead kind of thing, but we could bring you back from the brink. Pretty quick too, as I understand. It ain't no fucking IV feeding what I was looking at. It's feeding straight out of the fucking ether, right out of the 18 or 1748 hertz, right out of the electromagnetic field. We have 5 digits on each hand, and that can bend the field just coming out of one hand. I'm starting to see some crazy shit where these formulas are kind of complicated. I just don't understand. I don't trust myself with it to even try because I might blow up my kidney or something. I don't fucking know. I'm so new to this. I'm not an Egyptologist. I'd like to have like 20 minutes with an ant person. Just have them show me stuff. But we're going to be listening to some Josh today. I forget where the hell we left off, somewhere in the Book of Inky. I just don't want to start getting copyright hits first day on the job here on my new channel. I actually verified this channel though, so it's more legit than my other channel. I can do more things on it, but I'm not sure what that means because I just figured out half of what's got. I had to ask John to help me out on my other channel because I don't understand everything going on there. Yeah, Serpent in the Rainbow with the zombie drug. And that's some real shit. Yeah, that's some real shit. They still got people walking around zombies out there in the aisles. Well, from what I'm seeing, we can actually heal organs, heal tissue, heal bone in like real time. We just got to speed up the energy, block off wounds. Um, like I said, though, it has everything to do with the position of your digits and your elbows and everything. It's like that's like the Buddha statue. That's a pose for something. He's projecting something when he's doing this. This is his pose. And look, he's got it like this. This is fingers, and this is wrinkles, okay? And this is, we are folding our field in a manner I don't understand, is what I'm getting at. But I realize what they're showing us. Very much Jedi powers. That's the funny thing about it. It's more like something we can control. It's real, and every human being with a magnet in their chest and fingerprints can do this. As long as you got elbow prints too. See that? Wrinkles. I'm telling you, that's, and your knees. Everywhere you got a knuckle, there's wrinkles. That's because that's a leak of energy coming out of you. And just the like that I'm doing something I don't understand. I'm doing something different. Again, I'm doing something completely different, and I don't understand anything. But that's us bending our fields, and that's real. It's not magic. That is what's astounding. We've been living without for so long, and every time people start catching on to it, or they catch up to a group of people, which I don't believe there are any, except for millions now spread across the globe that are getting this. Because we're not alone. You've seen other people, some people have. There are other groups of people, especially over in the Middle East, talking about these things. 'Cause this is where a lot of this, the Mayan and all that prophecy, so called shit, originates from. When we were writing in Peru, all these things in technical drawings, there's drawing the same things globally. About your hands, and that's because she's messing with your, yeah. Old knowledge like that is, that's how we used to be. And they like to folklore it out, mythologically, mysterious it, make it not part of you, separate us from nature. I mean, this goes deep, right down to the molecule, the actual atom. They had us believing for the longest time it was a particle, and they're accelerating particles in these things. I hadn't even thought about it until recent. I hadn't even thought about it. So I keep saying I can't really get mad at people for not knowing, but I do get upset if they don't go look at what I've shown, because I don't feel like I can even debate it with you if you don't see my point of fucking view in the first place. Because it's not my point of view. Unless you are looking like I'm looking at a feral cell and seeing it from my fucking self point of view, it's a fact. That's how I present my cases. I don't just sit there and talk. I talk about my findings. I'm like, look. That's how I present my case. It's not even my case. It's a case of creation. It's the laws of physics. It's the way things are. A lot of people will be, oh, you just crazy. And I'm like, well, see, I might be crazy if I was sitting here telling me how crazy I was about the findings that I'm looking at in fucking physics and contracts. Jesus. Speaking of cognitive dissonance, you know what I mean? It's just hard to deal with every day. So there's that. So I give everybody their chance, and I'll tell you if you're like bugging me, I'll be like, look, man, you're fucking bugging me, go look. I answered that. Look for the title that you might think, oh my God, this might be the subject I'm looking for. Most of the time I title it like that. The and then sums, you should catch them all. The and then sums are fucking amazing. Those are stuff we haven't known for ever. So, you're just doing yourself a disfavor. That's why I took all this off of that channel. This doesn't belong. Really doesn't. We're here chatting about this where you can't anywhere else. That's what this needs to be. This doesn't have feral cell proof. We can feel free to throw in a little bit of opinion here. My opinion is I love marijuana. She's my favorite girl. She keeps my head straight on my shoulder. We are finally up to 1063 degrees. I think it's actually up to temperature. It's just on the downswing. See, oh, let's go back up. See how quick we get it down. Break. Got to put support for it. How high is it set for? Is another question. So, well, the bricks are still cool. So I imagine that was probably the first cool down ramp down. I've got. I'm gonna have to resituate my new brick again. Figured it would stay, but it's been in there long enough that it wants to move around now. That's how my other one got broke. I'm gonna have to secure that thing. It's not heating up as fast as it should be now. It's going up though. So the bricks are cool to touch still. It was just its first ramp. Plugged it in less than an hour ago. So it's doing good. Mm, 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 mm. No, she doesn't. She doesn't. Mm, she doesn't. She doesn't let me down in any way. It keeps getting cheaper and cheaper and better and better. God, you know what's letting me down is the temperature. The temperature is supposed to be down in the 30s here in the next couple fucking days. I'm like 100 degrees today. I haven't even kicked on anything but the fan, and it's warming it up in here already. But in 2 days, I'm gonna be like in the 30s. So expect me to blow some hot glass here in the next few days. Because when it gets winter time, I'll start pulling out the chunks. Because those, I don't even have words to explain how hot it really is next to that. I mean, I'm like that far from 3,200 degrees. You see flame, for God's sake. It's hotter than my thermometer. It's 3 foot away. So I can tell you, when I'm done making one of them hot ones, my forehead is on fire. My brain's cooking. I'm ready to just in the summertime, but in the wintertime, I can make them things all day because my fan's coming in nice and cool instead of pulling in hotter air than it's already in here. Yeah, in the next few days, you're going to see me making some hot work. Today, I'm working on more color. I got a bunch of color tubing, really quick, fucking $10 pipes. I took up again another huge batch to Anna, and she needs some for herself now because all of those are gone too. Yeah, it's definitely not supposed to be that cold. So I'm hoping the weather forecast is a bit off. We shall see. There's no telling, I guess, you know. Said we'll see where that goes. It does, but I heard like 42 tomorrow or some shit tomorrow night. These are the lows. I mean, cool. I don't see you here yet, though. No rush. I haven't started blowing glass either. We just settling in. I smoked a bowl. Well, a little bit of one. But yeah, it's hot here right now. That's why I'm surprised. I'm like, what do you mean it's gonna be 30s? I'm like, what do you mean it's gonna be 30s? They're expecting snow and shit. The Rockies out here. And that doesn't surprise me, but I mean I saw forecast out here where I'm at. It's supposed to be down in the 30s, so I'm not comfortable. Not this early in the freaking year. But I do recall telling people to expect it. So I don't know why I'm surprised. I said this year is going to be drastic swings in the weather, where we're going to have hot and cold, hot and cold, hot and cold, and it's just going to be way worse than you thought it was last year. And I guess maybe this is what it looks like. Like I said, I knew the damn planets coming in just from the signatures I was looking at were bigger than Jupiter. No fucking clue how big. I had no reference till I actually laid eyes on one on the other side of the sun, as big as the sun, fully lit, reflecting the sun. I was like, well, okay, that's bigger than Jupiter, isn't it? Eyes ain't lying to you. I know what I'm looking at. I've only seen it twice in fucking 2 years. And for a few minutes each time, too. But I mean, I know what the fuck I was looking at. It wasn't the moon. I think I saw it maybe 5 years ago at one point at night. I ain't sure because the mountain was in my way. There was something fucking shining over there that wasn't the moon. I was like, holy fuck. Oh no, not again. And then, what, just 6 months ago? I could time that. I could tell you exactly when by going and looking. Six, maybe 8 months ago. Me and my oxygen guy standing out in the middle of you're getting lag again. Me and the oxygen guy out in the middle of nowhere looking at a planet taking up 3/4 of our sky with fog around it, so you could see that we was not seeing the whole fucking planet, just what was bursting through the fucking Cherenkov radiation. Uh, he's 73. I was a little worried for his health at that exact moment. Look on his face probably matched mine. I know I was shitting myself. That's the last thing I expected to see that day. It was beautiful, fucking clear blue skies, not a cloud in the sky. One of those days, and shadow appeared while we're rolling tanks, and it was such a big shadow. I mean, I seen it, and I saw him see it at the same time. And we both kind of followed it. So I was right there. He's right here on top of the truck. I had to look past him to see the planet. And I'm like, ah, makes me dizzy thinking about it. It was so big. I felt like I was like on the small planet, of course. We looked like a moon to this thing. And scared the shit out of both of us. We're standing there fucking. I'm, I'm, I am pretty sure we didn't even say a word to each other the whole time. I say the whole time, but I mean, visibility, boom, there's a shadow. We followed up, we're looking at it, and I'm looking at him. It was less than 2 minutes, and it had faded back behind the Cherenkov radiation. I watched this shit roll in and hide. So did he. We still talk about it this day. He talks about it in front of my kid and his customers and his workers, and is something we saw with our own eyes. Unfucking believable. And I made a video, and I still to this day, if I was sitting on the other side of the screen, I'd think I was fucking insane, and that's cool. The thing's still there. It's not much farther than it was the day we saw it. These are good at driving. Mom literally led me to a stone carving that told me what I was looking at, and it was Thoth. He's a huge planet, of course. Why wouldn't he be? He's part of first creation. It's all that written, and he's pouring resonant frequency over Mother. That's her first sentient thoughts she gave me, and it's Ra and Thoth giving it to her. The knowledge dude and her dad. I was like, oh fuck, that's when I started realizing that first creation is well beyond Earth, and understanding Mother's true concern at this point is her relatives. And we're not the only ones fucked up shit going on. The actual source of this fucked up shit, planet Heaven, is sitting there with one shield potentiality. Because there's this guy named Anu that's suppressing all this from the population there. And these guys down here are getting the message. I don't know how much of it. But they need to have an understanding of peace and love with our planet, the one that they rule over and have done this to. And I think everybody here is familiar with what they did. We've gone over this right here in the days. It tells the exact. It answered my questions because I had some. I was like, how in the fuck did they overcome us? We, in so few numbers, scared the fuck out of me. Because there was just so few of us when we were building their temples for them. And it wasn't mud bricks that we were using. Yeah, we built the pyramids. They cut the stone. And we scared the fuck out of them because we were coming together in love. Our planet was knocked out. We were still able to move stones that big. The temples around those things are much older. They've already told us this. Those are ours. There isn't any writings in the pyramids, not one. Official. Somebody graffitied Khufu's name. We were writing in temples and teaching our children around where they tried, and they came in here and said it in their own writings. I'm not pulling this one out of the ether. They said they were writing, they couldn't speak, but they were writing and they didn't understand what they were writing. We, being we didn't understand what we were writing. They didn't, just like today, they didn't give us enough credit. They called us barbarians because we weren't speaking. They didn't understand us. It wasn't we were telepathic, but we sure as hell had speech from here. It's all it took. And they weren't speaking our language. See? They tell us what was wrong. They tell us, and if you go along that symbiotic relationship of creation, all of a sudden their planet's atmosphere is poison. Really makes a lot of sense. They need to get back to their heart. No man over another, no woman over another, rule of mother, father, child over there on their planet and get their shields up. That's Mother's intent here. That's a true love. She's not worried about herself. She understands she's got us. She needs planet Heaven. And to do that, they literally have to make peace with One who've stripped, raped, captured, murdered her stewards, misled, divided. They have to make peace with that. Just like we have to make peace with our sins, with God. And Mother is a really good conduit of that. They're terrified of the people, her warriors. They haven't even made it to the Guardians. All these years, they've never made it to the Guardians that guard her heart. It's the warriors who beat the fuck out of them. And we hear about that in legends, even up to this day. They go in the wrong spot. Boop, here come the fucking boom, 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 sinking ships. Those aren't fantasy stories. That's what happens if people of impure heart get near mom or anything sensitive to her. And they know that and they're afraid of it because that's why they live in the ground. Look at them. They're not subjected to the shoe, which means they're not in her grip. She can't literally dissect them blood cell by blood cell and throw them off to the four winds while they're inside her. Now, she could crush metal, but I'm sure they've taken on. There's other ways she could do this now that she's awake and they're terrified. Now, what's the problem is, and you can see the result of in the US advertising tunnel warfare is the future of warfare. Well, why do you think that is? Their bunkers are overrun by Mother's warriors. It's time for this peace meeting to happen, and politics are in the way. That's kind of like what I've been trying to get out of the way. And while you guys have been gone all week, I've been hitting Masonic lodges, moose lodges. The one thing I've learned so far, moose lodges and that they're bars. They're pretty much bars. The Masonic lodges are really tight-lipped, hard to get a fucking uh, an appointment with, but I have found a couple of in ways into getting them information, which I don't give a fuck if they talk to me or not. They need the information. It's how we slay dragons, right? Hand them their heart. This is information nobody has. The dragon might be like, oh shit. Because I mean, it's not like I'm handing somebody evil a power that we have to fear. You can't use the fucking power outside of meat for creation. Safety switch, bitches. So if they want that power, they're going to have to stop doing what they're doing, right? Make that change of heart. And then once you make that change of heart, what happens? It becomes who you are. So we just killed a dragon, made an angel, a creator. So that's my whole intent from what I'm doing. I'm going to have a peace meeting between these corn givers and mom, come hell or high water. Mama's going to have it. That's who I work for in this. I don't work for any president, senators anymore. I work for my mother and father. And once you have that knowledge, it's going to become you too, if it hasn't already. You have to have a direction. You have to have this knowledge to have a direction like that. Kill the fear of anybody or anything. I just know mom's got my back. Dad's got all of us. They've carved a lot of gold out of her. She's really upset. But the beautiful thing about creation, and you can see when it happened, is maybe 8 years ago. I wasn't aware, but I saw the news clip where globally somehow all these deep vein miners got a massive electric shock and died globally. Somebody hit a fucking safety switch where it said, okay, any further, you're going to start damage. This is how mom walks. they were about to break her knees. Something in safety switch altered her whip, and it killed everybody inside of her mining mine like that globally. It was a little story and it disappeared. I posted it on my Facebook. I can't even remember what year it was. It's been so much over the last 10 years. I'm surprised I can even remember half of it. John brought back the little memory with the little moon drifts. I didn't have no videos. I had stupid shit like that going on. But it's all I had. It's all, I was so new to the internet, I didn't know what was here. I still don't. I was just doing my best. Still am. And it ain't good enough for most. Fucking gonna say, do my best. I'm not the video maker. I'm not the book writer. I'm not the documenter. I'm the fucking researcher. It's a different breed. We don't mix well. Never have. Even though I fight for your rights every day. And sometimes I feel as if I have the power to revoke them. More so than you have the right to use them. Especially when we're talking about the right to free speech, because I hadn't contended on the level of ignorance and willful ignorance on some human beings when I was younger and made that pledge. So I've made some revisions to it. I fought for your right to speech. If you're too willfully ignorant to fucking use it, then it can be revoked. Oh dear. Now, you might want to call that arrogant or whatever you want to call it. I don't give a fuck. That's my opinion. In this channel, I'm allowed to have opinions. I ain't got a feral self. But yeah, this is my work right here. This is my work. This is my zen. I don't want to be debating is the moon fucking flip. Just letting y'all know I will jump on your necks. Fuck who you are. I think some of us saw that last time I tried to do 5 feet. Thank you, Noel. I'm getting. See, I've never looked in this direction either. Less so than Egypt and the natives at this point. I have dealt with politics, and these are the people who pull the strings on the politics on the other side of this fucking bloodline from the sons of Cain over here. I'm seeing decoys already, but it's okay because even those decoys have to have some kind of fucking ding ding alert system or they wouldn't be there, right? Somebody's getting my tickles somewhere. And that just encourages me to tickle a little more because they got spots. And I'm just that guy. I'm like, oh, you don't. Oh, let's try this one. Yeah. Pretty soon they'll have a piss in themselves. That's how it works. I can see different things. I just had somebody was pointing out something that I just don't like talking about. That wind tower, aka 5G. Well, they've scaled it down to 4.8, which is licensed for commercial. I don't even know how to take that. But hey, for now, I'm taking it as a partial okay victory because we don't need to be being subjected with those kind of frequencies. I know it ain't because I did, but maybe it's a combination of a bunch of us doing it. That's what I'm saying. It's starting to take hits Because I'm hitting them from the inside, you're hitting them from your families. And I mean, last time we spoke, everybody I was talking about had already woke up 30 people. Sure, you haven't stopped. Inky Ray. We're going to get back to the 5,000-year-old porn here today at some point. Real soon, actually, because I am definitely up to temperature. My glass is hot. I got to look that up. And the funny thing is, I'm going to have to go from a new search because I'm totally logged into a brand new account. So I'm going to have to find all that shit again. Oh boy. It shouldn't take too long. I know what searches to look for. Well, yeah, they were talking about all this esoteric. Well, not all of it. A lot of the old teachings coming out of the temples and coming out of these clubs were real teachings of physics and in tradition. And so they might hold some of the knowledge and they hold traditions, but a lot of the knowledge was lost over time. But the traditions upheld because they'll take what, years before you can even tell a story. You got to practice that story. You got to be able to do it blindfolded in your sleep while you got a mouthful of food or some shit standing on your head before you can start learning the next story, kind of thing, about these temple priests. That's why their initiates are so long, and et cetera, to this day. And I can look at a lot of the legends that have become public, and even though you can tell some of them are twisted, you can tell exactly what the fuck they're talking about. Just like Jesus and his meek, that's a frequency. Because he was definitely talking about inheriting the earth and meek, and it never made sense to me how a dead person could do any of, because this whole revelations thing's been made out to be destruction of mankind, and that is not what even what revelations means. It means revealing. They're writing of their own destruction, the Anunnaki, because they've been warned in their own cuneiform to get the fuck off this planet too many times by the creator of all. And that's about the only times in their entire fucking, like I said, their Bible canon, the cuneiform, that they mention the creator of all. And he's bad mouthing them in their own dreams and shit, haunting them in their dreams. Um, this is what it looks like if you go too long. Creation requires a symbiotic relationship with plants and animals, and planets, and life on thereof. We're a part of that. It's not a coincidence. You got a damn magnet chest matches Mars. It's design. Thank you, Kim. I would hope I get something right as far as that goes. Been doing it since '93. It's more practice than talent. This, I don't know if you've seen it. This is my pipe. This is the first thing I ever made myself. I did that during COVID. I always been practicing. There is so much to look at. Uh, no, there's so much. I have no idea. So I just started knocking on doors, literally going to physical doors and knocking on them. Knights of Columbus, bar, bingo hall, pretty much. I left a message. I showed them Raw, Dingley Cobra. They shat their pants. then I walked on and graduated to finding Masonic temples and went right to the temples. I was like, it's not the lodges I'm on, it's these temples. So I don't know what to even search for. I found their lodges. Now I'm looking for their temples. I found a few. Springs, it looks even more impressive than the one in Denver, although the one in Denver is out there by the airport. So the next time I intend to go out here, it's going to be an unannounced visit, which means I ain't going to tell nobody even here when I'm going, where I'm going, who I'm seeing, who I'm doing, where I'm going. Heck, as far as you know, I'm just having a day off. So I'm saying, at this point, I'm messing with somebody that I do know, and I know they've tried to kill me already. So I'm trying to get a hold of that dragon. It was hard. See what he does with it. He's either gonna fucking accept it or chew it up. It's up to them, right? Just every other human being. The moose. It was a bar. See, yeah, I never been in one. So I started looking up Masonic lodges and came up with a whole list of bars. And I went to them in 3 different cities around here, thinking, well, one of these has got to be a temple. I mean, these things are in great big old buildings too, big old stone block buildings like a fucking Mason temple would be. And yeah, they're bars. I was like, well, do you want to join? No, no. I just wanted to give you guys raw. I don't even think half of the people understood because I told them what raw was. What? So you recognize raw? Dingwick Cobra. Some of them did. Some people don't even know the name raw. That's how uneducated the public is, of course. But not like I'd expect them to go around knowing who the fuck Ra is. I didn't know who the fuck Ra was. I knew he was a dude in the mummy movies. I'm so not the guy that should have been translating hieroglyphs. uh, yeah, see, they bingo hall and they bar it up, and then they take the proceeds and buy toys from kids. But they give their proceeds to a big group, which is associated with some of these other groups. It's more like a front. Like I said, I'm starting to see uh, distractions. So I've tightened up my search a little bit, taken out thousands of bars, and I've found a few temples. So I'm curious to get in those, and they don't seem to be as quick to enter the door as a bar does, or their phones, for that matter. But that's cool. I've left voice messages, found ways to send them emails with my videos, and uh, you know, eventually I'll get one of them to somebody who accidentally answered the door, thinking I'm a delivery guy. We'll get Raw in there with this Dingling Cobra and start slapping some fucking dragons around. That's my intent. I'm gonna open these doors to find these coin givers on one side of the fucking aisle, and we're gonna get in there and have a peace meeting with mom's emissaries that these guys are terrified of. My whole fucking goal in this is being cannon fodder. That show you why I'm not afraid of men. I understand what my game is. I'm the one that's supposed to stand between mom's minions and these cats that are terrified of them to make sure that at least they have time to run, kind of thing. I'm like, okay, I've already given my crusty soul to you. Why not? Let's make it quick. Let's do this. Hasn't been quick because everybody's so fucking closed up right now on this side that I've been messing with the Native American. And the only feedback I'm really getting back anymore is, oh, the only ones you've talked to are the council. And I'm like, yeah. Well, if you have any insights on the real fucking wisdom holders, you might want to hand them a fucking video and my fucking how to get a hold of me. Because I don't. I've never looked. I don't. I don't know how to get a hold of the right people. I tried. I got a hold of the tribes, a couple hundred of them, not just fucking hope. How you doing, Asagi? Yeah, the Masons are tough to get a hold of, Asagi. I'm finding that out. But yeah, it's never stopped me before. Yes, some of them are watching me, of course. Very watchable. I keep giving them stuff they never had. And I've got a lot more on those walls that I've deciphered that I don't even know how to approach at this point. They know someday I'm gonna. They want to learn. So they're watching. Even if they didn't know, I'm in there fucking throwing my videos at them with language that triggers somebody has to look at my content because they want to make sure I'm not threatening the president, threatening the Pope. Well, that puts an actual agent inside their mechanism looking at the truth, having to look at it, analyze it. You know what I mean? And not just looking at it for entertainment value. They're looking at it to see if I'm talking shit and threatening anybody. And just by them having to analyze that because of the content and or the way I post it, where I post it, right in the DOD, NASA, Donald Trump, their personal communication systems. I understand it's not them looking at it, but it's somebody with their interest looking at it. Colorado Springs has a really big one. I found it. I've located them. I've done my homework now. I have. It's a matter of getting in contact. And I've been sending out emails. So check out my emails. Well, see, I'm a vet, so I fit in real good with the VFW, but they're also just pretty much bars, um, which would be expected. I wasn't sure what the Moose Clubs were. I thought they were like local, little town Masonic places to meet, and they may be, but they're not. They're just not. They're not. I thought they were. It's not what's going on. At least not what I had in my head. I thought there might have been like a church where you got one guy that really knows more than anything. He might be at 30 level Mason. I don't know, or 20 level. I don't know. But that's not how those things work at all. They're bars. Yeah, see, that's the thing. They're very secretive, and I don't care what they're secretive about. I've read the cuneiform. I know what they know, and then some. So I'm not looking for their secrets. That's that's kind of the way I approached the Hopi, and I gave them what I had, blew their minds, and then they closed their borders, started being dicks, sent me off to the Navajo. The Navajo embraced it. 200 and some other tribes embraced it. They were like, "Holy shit, we've been kind of sitting around the phone waiting on you." Almost like some of them answered the phone like, "Yeah, what the fuck took you so long? We've been watching the goddamn moon since October 2010 too." And had that confirmed 250 sometimes. Except for the fucking Navajo billionaire chief who introduced me face to face, so he had never seen me. Yeah, you don't even see the moose clubs very often anymore, but they're just bars. Yeah, well, Sandy, I want to eventually get myself in one of them rooms with Raw in about 20 minutes and then drop the microphone and walk out and let them eat their hearts out. Um, they're people too, right? They're people too. Yeah, Masons are dying breed too. But they're people. Um, and they're being misled. And we know who's misleading them, who they're serving. We've been told all of these things. We even know their history, where they come from, their deepest secrets, because we're listening to the cuneiform, the ones that formed these secret temples and stuff. So yeah, we've got more knowledge than they do. Uh, they shouldn't. The only thing they should fear is them getting on the right side of creation. That's something to fear than eating little monkeys. I figure that's the best direct route is try a little bit of clarity because nobody's ever had this level of clarity as far as for a very long time. Cool. I'll check them out when I'm done blowing glass. And know, I will see if they got email links. I'll send them at least, if they don't answer their phones, I'll send them at least a video link and see what happens. It's the best I can do. I ain't wasting my time on one of them. Like I'm just hitting everything. Like I said, though, I did uh, narrow my search. So thank you, because I'm sure that's in a direction I never looked. I never looked. So if you know anything better than I do, send it. That's cool. Because I've found the ones in Colorado that I find there's actually three, but I think two of them are worth really checking out. Watch it be the third. Why not? I'm gonna knock on their door too. They're in Pueblo. They're even closer. Good night, Polly. Definitely get your rest. We're gonna need it. Yeah, King Solomon. Exactly. These temple people. That's they didn't have the knowledge we did. Even King Solomon, the wise. If they did, it would have been mentioned in the cuneiform. But we know the extent of their knowledge ended at our writings. We know that. Beyond anybody that existed after that, I mean, their knowledge of us ended at our writings. And they literally took on the personas of the people that we were drawing and tried to hide us from ourselves and started expanding the pantheon and confusing. And we read that in the end of days. I was like, and I've been telling throughout my older videos, I'm like, man, you can tell there's a break in the time where we're fucking all of a sudden boom and they're trying to confuse our language. I've been saying that before I even heard it and they confirmed all this shit. I was like, oh my God, listen to this. And yeah, I loved listening to the end of days last time. I can't wait to get back to that one. We're going to go back to Inky. because we're like on book 4 or 5. We're just getting into like, right after the flood or right after Cain and shit. It's getting good. Lots of pouring going on. Yeah, when two or more come in his name, no, we inherit the Earth's magnetosphere power each, and we can do amazing works together. What exactly? Sky's the limit, and then some. You know, that'd be a long list. What would be possible to intelligently opposing magnets with pure hearts? Oh, so much power. I don't know what the hell that's left to the imagination, and I hate that. We could do some amazing things together, though. That's for sure. It's been told, and it makes total sense now. I never understood why it took two or more. Now I understand now fully why it takes two or more in that energy in your fucking heart. Haul back. Goosebumps. Yeah, we're pretty incredible beings. Notice I gotta keep at it. I'm afraid I'm gonna blow my computer up. Waving my energy around. Stop it. Had some weird things happen lately, so let's try to keep it bottled up. Weird rituals, yes. Those weird rituals usually hold some meanings to them, and they're weird because we don't understand what they're saying until we see it. It's like I had listened to the End of Days. I've listened to the Lost Book of Inky, but every time I listen to them, I get something new out of it. Because in the meantime, I'm looking at other things. It's a never-ending cycle. It seems. Different colored rooms, huh? I don't care what room I'm in, as long as Raw gets in there. He'll end up in whatever room. I don't actually hope to meet a dragon. I mean, if I do, I don't give a fuck either way. I just hope Ra meets the dragons, and father and mother are magnet the knowledge that's been given to us because they don't have it either. And with that, like I said, it's not like I'm handing the enemy a gun. It's loaded. They can't load it without me. Do they have the right ammunition? you know, only their hearts can tell. Once they have this information, is what do they do with it? And these people are masons and guardians of this. They have to understand. And if they don't, I would have a hard time understanding how they became a 32nd degree mason because we know what they know already, right? It creates faith. Yeah, I don't like faith. Though. Two or more coming in love, knowledge. That's dangerous to the ones that lead us to power. You got to know who you are first. Yeah, that's the whole secret to it. And you got to know who mom and dad are. You got to have uncentered love for them. I mean, like, it can't be centered on you. It's just like, holy shit. the expanse of it just, I'm like, are you kidding? How could I not love this? How could I not love Mother? How could the dragon not love Mother God? Feel in their heart what they feel is wrong and change it. How could that not? You can. We've seen actual living air breathing demons. I've made videos of them. Some of them carry my very birth name with them. Eric Briggs, for example. Yeah, no. And see, we have that knowledge, and we have knowledge beyond that. We have knowledge that took us right through the cuneiform and how they even developed. We know their root histories. We know everything a 32nd degree Mason does. We even know who they worship, and they openly do. And it's that the whole power structure that is just not going to be there really, really soon, regardless of what they do. Because if they choose all of a sudden to align their heart with creation, well, there goes that section of power structure. That's actually destroying the enemy with building them up. Uh, I like that technique. It's it's creation. That's the brilliance of creation. You can actually hand the enemy the fucking atom bomb, and they can't use it outside of love. Come on, that's just, it's like dangling a carrot in front of your face and saying, "Here you go. You can actually have this if you make the change." But I don't care how hard you try on the wrong frequency, you're not going to be able to do it. You can't do it here. You can't do it. It comes from an intent of creation. Only creation understands that frequency. Body, mind, and soul. It's a chord. You can't reproduce. That's the language we used to speak. It's not magic. It's not something special people have, like what do they call that? Telepathy. It's not that. Scalar physics. It has everything to do with frequencies, magnets, transmission, receiving, faster than the speed of light. You can't fake it. So that's how we were made. That's how creation did it. It's not. That's how we were made. Period. It's our biology, and and you can literally hand the enemy the atom bomb, and they can't use it outside of obedience to the mother and the father. They ain't going to be using that for anything but good. That's beautiful. What what other example? I what other example is there like that in anything? What other high end? What other example exists? I can't wrap my head around. You hand the atom bomb to the enemy, you can't use it outside of good. It's just there. That's a safety switch on the most powerful force in the universe. That's design, for fuck's sake, and that's very intelligent design. I don't know, Dr. Joey. That's a good question. Yeah, it's in little Inky. It's Marduk. That's basically the Masons' uh, deity. Well, I'm glad you made it here, Ed. 333. Well, they found a picture of that black hole up there above the cloud. Mr. 333 showed it in the satellite version above, and she pictured it up. I did a video on that um, last year or this year at some point. Really did. I really did. I did a pretty extensive one. I added the feral cell. It was one of my earlier videos. It was almost a year. Um, but I don't even remember the title of it. You said if you miss one of my older videos, I done removed 355. If you miss one of them now, you really, really, really cut yourself short. Because I've covered black holes. I've covered shit. I'm not very sorry. That's why I made this one so we can do this here 400 or 500 fucking videos and talk about what I've discovered. And then you can go look at it. But you got to find that one. I have no idea what the fuck I titled it. It was one of my early. It's got feral cells in it. Solid giant tree ones. Yeah, I've done a couple on those, Asante. One of my earlier ones too. Uh, done a couple of those. God, who knew? Crazy. Yeah, that's Mr. 333's footage I used too. That's some crazy stuff. Well, good, Kim Cat. If they looking for information for the Gov, give them my whole page there. Tell them to have fun. Because that's what it's there for. Give them a public service announcement. The public service announcement, or another one that I used specifically for that is you have big things to do, but you got to be fully awake first. I know it's a long title, something like that. You have big things to accomplish, but you got to be fully awake or something. I don't remember. You got big things to accomplish. That was only a few weeks ago. That one's a good one. Starts out with the moon roll and then brings in my BBC dude and throws Rod into the picture. The coding, going over some of the physics. But, I mean, that's good enough. It's 15 minutes. That's what I'm limited to on the channel. I actually went through verifying this one, so I could probably upload hours of shit here. But that's not what this channel's going to be. This is my live channel. I'm just now figuring out how to do this YouTube shit. I ain't fucking with my other account. Because last time I fucked with it, you saw what it did. It fucking took all my videos out. You couldn't even see them. You had to shuffle my page to get your videos to show up. It's just now starting to settle down for me. I still have no idea what the hell you guys are looking at yet. It probably still looks blank for half of you. I don't know. It's not. I've got videos on it. It just took it a while to understand what was going on. I think I fucked it up. I took 355 videos out of the fucking bam. It was like, all right. And I did it within 5 minutes. It didn't take me no time to take that shit down. Lady Gaga. kept mentioning 9/11. Some of these people inside are getting understanding. You bet, Cameron. Sure, she's got a ticket. She's part of that fun crowd, the special ones. Isn't it? It really is, Dr. Jelly. I promise Lee won't disappoint. And the more you look at those, I send you to the one video, right? But you start looking at more and you start looking at the hieroglyphs even more differently. It's like, oh, wow, they become easier and easier and easier to read. You start seeing pine cones everywhere. You understand where they're coming from, flowers. You understand what that's represent. It's nothing like that in the world I've ever. I'm glad for Kendra and John for helping me sort that shit out, so you guys could learn too. I had no idea how I was reading. I was just doing it. It's too easy. It's energy moving through matter. That's why I said they say half of our DNA's unactivated. Well, that makes total sense if our DNA was actually designed while Mother was on the blue sun, and we've been trapped on this little sun. It doesn't have the energy to activate our DNA. Yeah, that's why you're feeling there's more energy now for everybody. You see it in Mom in Islam. You have that potential to draw in every day. She can draw it in for you and hand it to you. She's good. Um, Her strength gets stronger every day. That's why the shooting gets weaker. Brain, brawn, brain, brawn. Picture. She can't push. She's protecting your brain. That's why she's taking you off the tip. Because here, really soon, she's going to be all push. She's already pretty much all push. Look at her. She's trying to help us. Just we've been programmed out of it. Pretty soon, it's going to be a squelch and a call. We need to know. She's going to tell people, get the fuck off the. Here I go. I got to start slowing it down. She knows how to do this better than I. This is her. This is on her schedule, and she's working on God's schedule. This whole thing is time. Do I have the line? No. You know who does have a better timeline is our government. Crown Vatican DC Corporation, those cats, they got a pretty good picture on the timeline. They've seen this before. I can't find for the life of me the actual length of tribulations, although I know when it starts for sure. And that was October 2010 because they came out, just told us a couple weeks ago in cuneiform when the sister system comes, or Earth starts tilting and rocking back and forth, that begins the tribulations of the planet Earth. Bam. It doesn't get any more clear than that to me. I was like, well, then we got a date for that. We know when that started. October 2010, September 2020. Uh-oh. Because I also see that we dance with the blue kachina, and then the blue kachina reveals himself, but there's no time period between, is there? How long do we dance with Blue Kachina? Because I'll be damned if that we ain't been dancing with the Blue Kachina since the day tribulation started, since the moon started rolling in our sky. We are at the end of it. I think we are starting to see signs of the quickening. Because that's the next step, right? Lest there wouldn't be anybody left. Blah, 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 blah. So things are going to pick up speed. And they already are. Like I said, 2 years ago, I was getting screamed at how crazy I was because I was literally saying there's going to be multiple 5.0 quakes to the point that you could throw at the with a dart and hit one. And that's literally what we're seeing. No one's laughing anymore. As a matter of fact, they still want to call them crazy on no basis. But we're starting to already see the next step I was telling about. Um, the sixes will become that frequent a little quicker than the fives did. Um, and then the sevens. So we're going to globally be seeing huge shakes progressively, a little stronger the next day than the next because that's what the physics screams. We're going to have tight days like today where it's really juicy. We're going to have a bunch of little quakes where she's heating up because that pressure is just full on. When it comes to the point where she's letting off even a little bit, at that point, man, that cooling is going to start the fucking reactions because some of the skin's going to cool down. The inner's still hot and it wants to pop, 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 pop. That's why we're seeing them as we roll around to the night everywhere, starting out in the Philippines. And I've explained all of this when I was teaching Dutch how to do his quake maps. I even pulled out a geomagnetic map of Earth with spikes on it, where you could literally see pink when it comes around to this point. That's a physics pink, and it comes around to this point. Pink is grabbing Earth. There's something physical causing that pattern. And I was showing that to people. Even beyond all of that, on Facebook, I had people be like, "You're a psychic," because I was hitting them fucking quakes right on magnitude, time, region. So I stopped doing it. And, like I said, I'm not the educator. People take me wrong, no matter what I'm talking about. I'm good at gathering data, making points. The, the teacher, you gotta have a base for me to work with. Yeah, death rates are down, even though what suicides are more so than than even COVID deaths. Even with all that, death rates are still down. It seems like the only people literally dying from this shit is older folks in nursing homes that are being moved into these wards to be treated with the trach tubes. Uh, Inevitably, they're fucking cooking their lungs. So I can't even. I mean, granted, the flu kills old people, but I mean, we're cooking their lungs. That's federally mandated treatment. Uh, how can the feds mandate any kind of treatment to a doctor? Of course, we're seeing doctors freaking out about it, but the majority of them aren't because they know it would end their paycheck and their career. That's a different kind of air breathing. Everybody out in the street clapping for it. They rush into the fucking hospital and murder people. Fucking amazing. Yeah, school, and they're starting to quarantine hundreds of and thousands of children. And I've warned about this. My son is doing school online and won't be going into the school without me. and there won't be any tests administered. We won't go into school and we're fucking vanished at that point. I don't give a fuck. It gets bad enough. I ain't playing around. I just fucking, all right, boom, all communications cut. Here you go. What's up? What's up, Javier? Welcome. Pulled out the O2 books. Yeah, I know I'm right. I know I'm right because I understand the safety parameters of the equipment I use. Um, yeah, a lot of glass blowers don't, but I wouldn't blow glass without knowing you can hurt yourself from what you don't know. I've learned that enough to, if they got a caution on something, I should probably read it. Give it a once over anyway, right? I'm happy to be here with everybody. We all pay school taxes. We all elect these jokers. At local level, like I said, it's truly a popular vote in your city for the most part. But if you're in a big city, you can count on those parties playing that game. Their person is in power, and they have grips on that person's neck, and they could pull a Kennedy on. They're not going to do anything without a mass backing. And a lot of them are in the know. I worked for a state senator. He was definitively in the know. So was his sister. She's the one that told me, interrupted me rudely, and started telling me of their plans. Like, holy fuck, dude, I was kind of mad at first that they knew, and I had taken such steps. Afraid they didn't. I think I was crazy. Um, and then she just kept talking, and then I started getting pissed. I was like, wait a minute. I understand the whole concept of panicking the population, but there's ways to do this without panicking the fucking population and ensuring that most of the population survives. And they were not okay with any of it. So I went directly to the sheriffs after I made a spittle acquittal. I quit. It is spiteful, ugly, horrible, angry catfish style. Made my point very fucking clear. I think that was the first time anybody in that office had heard me angry. But that's okay. They needed it. And I walked out. And then what, like 3 days later, 4 days later, I get the call from the state capitol chief of police telling me Davis had actually tried to have me arrested twice on a non-disclosure agreement that didn't exist at all. So he, of course, couldn't. And then a threat said I had threatened him. And thank God everything was recorded because, of course, I didn't threaten him. Just told him what I thought of him. Hoped that their bunker became their tombs because they were talking about being in their bunkers and how we should just settle down. We should negotiate this. And I'm like, negotiate what for me and my son? So you guys can eat me when you run out of food? Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck your mom. And, I told him exactly how I felt. I quit. Walked out. Period. I wasn't having it. I was okay until they started unloading the plan about fucking not only not warning, but actually engineering to make sure everybody's all cool, calm, collected by the shore. Their projections of 3/4 of the population gone in 3 days makes a lot of sense when you look at 3/4 of the fucking population lives where? By the shore. And we're already in medical martial law. I've been saying they had to get us in martial law. I didn't know how they were going to get us off the couches and in the streets fighting each other to get us in martial law. I never saw medical martial law. I had imagined that. I don't know why not. They wrote about the plagues in the end of days. Well, this is what it looks like, even though it's hoax. I mean, they fucking wrote it. Everything else they did is a hoax. Why would you expect the plagues in the end of days to be any different? I just didn't see it coming. The hurricanes and the converging storms and shit. Yeah, I knew that was coming. I've been telling people 300-mile-an-hour wind storms and fire tornadoes for years. Yeah, heavy are. That's because we are misguided and we don't have the truth of who we are and to understand nature like we need. That information is here now, first time on the planet, and your guess is good as mine. It's been a long time. Um, we have the key now. Uh, Not again. It's not an accident. It's divine intervention. Apparently, there's a plan in action. It's beyond me. We're just caught up in it. I relish in the fact that we've got an awful lot of fucking information now at the tips of our hands that we didn't have. I love killing lies. This is this amount of truth is deadly to lies. Any lies. I mean, just fucking boom. That's right. Fucking through them right to the core. Holy shit! I can dissect that shit with the little layers. It's that good. I've never seen anything like it. All of my life. I never knew we had a planet either. Never knew I had a fucking magnet. It's more than survival. We actually have it in our hearts to help everything survive. You're still affected by the same programming down there, huh? Although some people down there are a little bit more in tune with nature and they understand the fucking moon shouldn't be doing cartwheels for sure. But this is all going on globally. That's without question. Everybody on the globe is seeing these things. Um, some places are going to be relatively safer than others, but I mean, how safe can it be when the entire sky's on fire with the amount of meteors? We've been we've read about that day too. It's going to be more than one day. I can tell you that just by the physics of it. Since if you understand what the actual book of Revelations is telling you is happening. Uh, the waters are poisoned from iridium and iron oxide. It's solar exhaust from a nova. Asteroid intensity is going to be insane. All it takes is a grain of sand for it to go fleesh for a mile, right? Can you imagine the dust clouds we're going to be going through with all these planets going through the Oort clouds and all this space and travel? Everybody asks me about a particular asteroid. I can't help but laugh. You just don't get it yet. An entire two sun solar system bigger than us, with planets bigger than our fucking sun is rolling through. What do you think we're going to see in our skies? Yeah, that. And that's why we need extra shields around Mother Earth, because we're going to have that. Regardless of how many shields we have around Earth, we're still going to get a light show. Does the light show get down here and send you bunny hairs? It's up to us. See, that's where we're stewards now, and we're stacking magnets. That's the beauty of this whole thing. We don't even have to be out here to do it. We got a womb. We can get down in there with a light heart, and when time comes, you're going to be provided a nice ride. You'll get there. This isn't fucking horse and buggy days getting down into Mama's tour. So we're not alone on this planet. Just marching orders haven't been given. You stand ready, you'll be where you need to be. And it ain't gonna be me getting you there. I can promise you that. Because I ain't got a ride like these motherfuckers. My Cadillac ain't cut. You heard of them. They'll be at your doorstep. I'm gonna be in your heart singing to you, and you're gonna get on and get down into her tour. That's how it's gonna work. It might not be the exact right time for you, but that's what it means by stand ready, right? Stand ready, wait for the call. That's literal. It's not physics. See, we have everything in our that we're created exactly for this purpose. So we actually do have a huge impact on the outcome. Yeah. So don't feel hopeless. Regal. What's up, brother? Ah, hell yeah. The crew's all here. Yay. My heart's light. I was concerned. I hadn't heard from you in a couple of days. I've been fishing out there, trying to make people angry, make you come up, yell at them. So Reba will be here to rescue. I know. Look, man, it was just getting in the way, Reba. I had almost 400 too many videos on my information page. I understand everybody's having fun. I enjoy it. This is somewhere where we should be able to hang out, talk, fellowship. I agree. But it was getting in the way. It was so getting in the way. It was killing me. It was what I was dealing with 3/4 of my day, convincing people they didn't have to look at my live feeds. They didn't have to look at these feeds. They didn't. I cut all of that out now. I just deleted them so they don't have to look at them. I feel better. So this is my work page, and this is where we hang out and talk about things that nobody else can talk about. And if somebody comes in here, I don't give a fuck who they are, open their mouth, and they haven't looked at the moon yet, or they don't understand what the cartwheel and moon actually means, then they're going to get their fucking neck jumped up and down on. I can promise you that. Nobody's blocked yet on this page. Let's keep it that way. The end. Thank you very much. You know what? If Eric Briggs wants to come in here and be decent and talk to us about the moon, how it's not actually a fucking illusion, and quit lying to us, then he'll remain unblocked also. But I doubt he can do that. And I know he's probably in here biting his lip right now. Probably broke his fingers with a hammer already because he couldn't fight the desire to punch that key. But I have no doubt he's here. Yeah, very hot today. I was impressed by the heat, actually. Oh shit. I heard dings. Didn't check my dings. My dings are important to me today. My dings are important to me today because I walked my son to his friend's house. You rock, Eli. So let's do a search here real quick while I'm sitting here. Oh, now that Rebel's here. It's been a while, Rebel. Been a while, my friend. I've missed your company. Wait till you see what I got. Look at me. I've got a bunch now. I got a bunch of hash over here I'm fumbling with. But this is in California or Colorado. Where am I? In Colorado, it hasn't been legal until recently. Pure hash. Well, I've got some Afghan blonde that I am just gonna crumble right on top of this fucking bowl, like just because I'm so fucking happy to see everybody here, and especially you, my friend. So I know how you like partake. Yeah, it looks like a snow-covered field. I ain't had hash like this in 20 years. Some good tasting stuff, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm glad to have a live chat. It really killed me taking down green butter. I It did. It killed me to take down that fucking video. I was like, fuck it. It's down too. I was oh my god, it's so good. I don't doubt it, MP. I made this new channel and they still don't have the virtual pass the bowl button. But still hope for it someday. A strain called Feet is probably a derivative of cheese, I'd imagine. I don't know. I've never heard that funny shit. Yeah, I cut into my green butter last night. I slept the fuck in. I stayed up late. I ate late, but I had the shrimp Alfredo with a lot of green butter and that shit. It helped me sleep at about 4 this morning. Oof. I was grumpy, sitting there eating my chow, cussing people out, and went and passed out for about 6 hours. Reminds me of my brother. It's funny. Afghan blonde. Yeah, the last time I had any kind of tiger hash or Afghan blonde, I was living in Philly with my kid's mom. Actually, that was before we actually lived together. So That was a long time ago. I just remember I walked out of the house and she's like, "Why are you bringing your glass?" I said, "Because I never leave the house without it." I had about 6 pieces on me. And as we walked out the door, ran into this guy who was like, "Hey, man, you want some Afghan?" I was like, "What? You a real Afghan?" He showed me the blonde. I was like, "Holy fuck." I said, "All I got is glass." And he was like, "Bam, bam, I had a gram." Ha ha! We walked on like pimps, man. Fucking got home, smoked that shit. Oh, it was so good. Yeah, baby. It's a good shit. It's fucking good shit. Now they got it as a strain name, but it's just pure A grade. You can see it's A grade. It doesn't have any hardly vegetation in it at all. I mean, that's some A grade stuff. Although I would have counted it A minus, close to B. It's some kind. Oh, it's mac and cheese. It's the mac and cheese. So of course it's very flavorful, very cheesy, very potent, nose tickly. Yeah, I got some good weed. Mac and cheese, Kim. It's so good shit. Oh my god. You know that. Look at me, I'm chewing on my. You know that oily after effect that you can feel as you're breathing out, kind of on the top of your, where it actually feels like a film of oil has. I love real hash, not bubble hash. Bubble hash doesn't do it for me. Like this stuff has been, what this is while they're trimming the buds, they're trimming the buds over silkscreen and collecting that. They're not bouncing the buds. They're not doing any of that shit. That's B grade. Is fucking Afghan is trim keef. That's why there's not any vegetation in it. It's all pure white. I used to do the same thing with a cooler working for Jack Hare. And by the end of the day, I'd have an inch and a half on the whole fucking cooler, 2 inches of fucking beautiful shit. What up, buddy? How you doing? Your dogs are happy to see you. Cool. We're having fish tonight, so you guys will get to watch us cook. Get the Chico. Green butter, boy. Hey, what? Hold them tight. What? Hold them tight. No. Love you. He's back. See what I mean about my kid? I don't know if you guys was here when I was talking about how he acts. He's almost 16. I walked him up to his friends. He had permission to stay till 7. It's 5. He's back. He's sober. And he didn't smell funny. Well, any more than usual. Fish is cooking with fish tonight. Yeah, grocery deli is pretty good. I like uh I like making it with real cheddar sometimes and boiled noodles and baking that shit pure from scratch with an egg in it, the whole deal. That is the best mac and cheese. Imagine using fucking green butter for that shit. Oh yeah. It's been a few years, probably 2 or 3 since I made it. I remember making it for Thanksgiving. I know it wasn't last year. It might have been the year before. Proctologist. We're getting proctology exams. Hang on, where's my butt plug? Oh shit. Oh man, there's a neighborhood rivalry right there. Moto don't like patches at all, at all. She wants to give him kisses, and she'll go up to the fence, try it, and you'll. Oh, if they got close, you'd know. He'd be all on that nose. He's about that tall. He's a Lasso Opso next door. Chico hates. What's the biggest gauge butt? Have you seen my glow in the dark mushroom butt plugs? I just made one for Eli. One of his friends, he's gonna give it to as a gag gift. I've got it upstairs. Oh my god. Ah. That was personalized for somebody special. It's got a glow in the dark mushroom in it and a little butt plug. It's cute. You could even sit it on a flat surface and whatever you do. Look it up. Get a little flange over here. Try to keep it from falling in. If you do, I mean, you can still see it in the dark because it glows. My butt plugs glow. Here's a reason. I'm afraid they might get lost if they don't. Oh shit. Make a raw plug. I got 2 raw bubblers. Wait, actually, a raw bubbler and a horse bubbler that are both initials waiting for him too. Won't lose one. That's right. Be able to find that shit. A flange, one of your favorite words, is it, Doc? It keeps it from falling in. But yeah, just in case, I made it glow in the dark. So a little added bonus. I think this one glows blue. Here, let's find out. I don't know if I have a flashlight down here, so I have to, oh damn, manually charge this one. See what happens here. I'll probably throw it on the ground. It's green. It glows green. Here you can see the See, it glows in that end too. So you'll be able to find it if it gets lost. Yeah, I see it. Hang on a second, I see it. I'm going in. Oh God, I'd hate to be on the receiving end of that. Yeah. Like I said, he's sending this to his buddy as a gag gift, which is probably one of the best gag gifts you could give a buddy, especially if it's fucking personalized, man. I mean, that makes it special. I was like, you dick. That's good shit. That's something I would do. So I mean, I'm not saying anything about you, Eli. Trust me, I'm with you. Fucking A, give it up. That's got to be a good buddy. Oh shit. Oh, where's my little stir stick? Mother. Okay, I know I've got a stir stick down here. I left one. Uh-oh. Had to use the word flange every day. That sounds like a dangerous job. Now don't insert the butt plug past the flange. Here's a little stir stick. Like an airline stewardess. You should never insert the butt plug past the flange. It's rough. Don't forget the lotion. Yeah, depends on how, if you like it rough or not, I guess. Did I have to eat today? Yes, I did. I had a one piece of bread, and mustard with some ham folded up, and about half a glass of milk so far. But I'm gonna go make some fish here in a little bit. Where's my bubble wrap? Ugh, not under my ass. I got some new bubble wrap too. Could you? I guess you could tell my ass was getting sore. Thank you. So much better. It's like, oh, hang on. Feels like my back wants to pop now that it's relaxed. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah. I forget, man, and my ass gets sore and it's like I start getting wiggly. I've got broken body. I can't take concrete very well. It starts taking its toll real fast, man. I've been sitting here for 2 hours. God, that's something I haven't seen in a long time. Fucking jelly fingers, Rockford Files and shit. That's some good shit. Eat corn while you can. There ain't much corn left, son. You know what's funny though? I see people growing corn, and it's kind of shaded by their barns or a fence, and it's as tall as a fence. You know, I see some people's corn actually doing pretty good, but for the most part, the fields out here look like shit. And somebody said in Iowa, like South Iowa, the corn's doing okay, but North Iowa, the entire crops are like flat, gone. So that's like 50% of their crops already. But I'm looking at hundreds of miles of fucked up fields out here. The alfalfa, though, is growing good. I saw that. Fuck, it's almost as tall as the corn. Like, the squash isn't doing good. Well, I figured some regions are going to have better corn, but they're going to show shithole other harvests, which are normal to be decent in your regions. It's going to vary. I mean, there's not going to be like zero harvest, but I mean, it might as well be. That's what I'm saying. Fuck. Just last year was the worst harvest in 40 years. And if you think about how much was actually being farmed and the sheer less amount of people on the table 40 years ago, to give you a roundabout without even having to crunch numbers like I did to give exact dates of the shelves starting to finish. But I mean, you can go with just that much information and be like, okay, yeah, okay, we're actually, it's not the supply chain. Like I said, they wanted to blame it on. They That was priority one. I've been saying it, priority one. They got to take control of that supply chain so they can blame anything other than out. And they did. That was the first thing they did. First thing they did. Hi, Anonymous. This is our first actual cast of live. Well, awesome. Uh, good. Good. I'm glad that's my donate button. You just smashed it. That's why you can't find one on my channel because I ain't here for friendship. I ain't here for viewership. I'm here for you to share what you learn here. If you learn here, this is going to spread the truth because now you got it in your heart. You understand, and how could you not share it with your loved ones and your family? And use the moon as the tool to wake them because it's something they can't unsee. It's something they can't turn the page on. It's something they can't not read. It's something they have to look at every night when it's in the sky. If they're outside, they're going to see it. I imagine seaweed's safe. Hi, Robert. Welcome. Seaweed's supposed to be real good for you. I don't care for it too much. It's really salty, but I'm sure there's other ways to prepare it than I've had. You know, I've been to Guam, Philippines, had their cuisine. I had some seaweed that I like. Like I said, but as I'm not a big fan, probably because of some of the salted seaweeds that I've tried too. Because just anything like my mom used to fuck up lima beans. I love lima beans. I cook. Put it in smoothies. See, I've done that. And kale, I love kale for that. A little bit of kale, a little bit of hemp, in with your frozen fruit. I love frozen fruit instead of using the juice with ice as opposed to like a smoothie stand. I don't think at all. I use frozen fruit, and most of the time I will add almost pure milk. Sometimes I'll use a little apple juice to conserve on fucking milk because it's so damn expensive. But at the same time, I'm supplementing it with Ovaltine, and hemp seed too. A little bit of Himalayan salt just for flavor. Nothing else, but it helps with the magnetic being. I didn't even know. We are so magnetic. You'll skip kale. It's too bitter. Well, see, that's why I like the Ovaltine. Ovaltine's rich chocolatey Ovaltine. I don't like the malted person. I like the blue. Take the big blue. Okay, good shit. It can make a poop sandwich taste good. But without it, it just a smoothie to me tastes too tart. It's all fruit. That's a little bit too much. I gotta have some kind of chocolate in my fruit or something to take that tart out. I'm with you. Without the kale, even without the kale, it's like fuck. That's like a concentrated plant part. You gotta just pepper that up or something. I like salt on my fruit too, of course. You know who doesn't like to stand even the tomato when he's standing out in the garden with a warm tomato and salt shaker. What are you gonna? Yeah, spinach, you need that. Coconut water is a good mixer. That's another one, or pineapple juice, even especially pineapple juice, because I mean they definitely don't. That's some concentrated shit. Right out the coconut. That's some good stuff. Throw the raw coconut in there. We've done that before too. You know, that's the more variety of something we can put in there, the better. You know, and it's because we do smoothies, of course. And if you've been watching anytime, all the time, I keep a good. We've got a good stock right now, of frozen fruits. I can be making up a smoothie here real quick. Matter of fact, I've got to go start making fish. I might make us a shake of some sort. I know the blender's clean. He just did the dishes. Well, I'm not sure, but I think I've got pineapple juice still. So if I do, we'll probably make a smoothie up there with while I'm making my fish. Well, you drop it in there, and if you're cooking it, you'll want to put some green butter in there, and saute the fuck out of the shit. That's my best advice to you. Coconut water and vodka. Uh-oh, the moon is spinning. Look, Robert's having issues. I bet everything's spinning in it, Robert. I had myself an airplane bottle of fucking Malibu rum the other day. I love that stuff. That's why I only buy a little airplane bottle at a time because I love that stuff. So to me, if I drink that bottle, I'm legally drunk, so I'm not driving to go get another one. I don't care what kind of mood I'm in. So that's a good way to keep yourself from getting drunk. You know, I'm a proponent of not getting drunk. I love not getting drunk, and I know how easy it is. If dude, I feel a buzz after taking one shot of that. That's how little I drink. Anyways, I mean, I might have one of those what every couple months to 6 months. One. I thought I was going to die one time when my liver was dying. I ain't trying to kill it. You know what I mean? Yeah, from their painkillers. I'm going over that story. Hi, Mimi. Yeah, exactly. I had their painkillers. I was in the hospital 6 times, man. Liver shut down. I was shitting as white as my damn bucket, and I was peeing as black as my damn computer. And it wasn't funny. They shoot me with this gamma globin shit. I think that's the name of it. The actual name of it. I've never even actually looked it up. I didn't give a fuck to even relive those days. But then they'd put me on an IV and give me a 50-50 shot. Fucking yell at me about drinking this one time, like after being sick for like 6 times and being in a different hospital this time. Instead of it was a private, like not a private, it was a county hospital in the middle of fucking Ohio. This doctor's sitting there, well, you need to stop your drinking. I'm like, fuck you, dude, I don't drink. Well, maybe some of these medications we got you on. Dude, since then, it's like pulling teeth literally to get me to have an aspirin. And if I have an aspirin, literally, normally it's crushed up on a tooth that's hurting. I'm not even trying to swallow that shit. You know, I don't drink because of the same reason. I don't want to get sick again. That shit fucking. But now they can't even find my damaged enzyme because I've been off of those things for so many years. I mean, decades. Been off of all opiates. Except for marijuana. Fucking marijuana saved my life. Jack Harris saved my life. Really, really, truly owe my life to Jack Harris marijuana. Very most loved lady. And that was my passion until the moon started flipping and shit. It still kind of course, has been until about 5 or 6 years ago. 6. When I left Texas, I was done with it. I had enough. I legalized it in Texas for little kids to treat with THC, not adults. I walked out. I did a pimp walk over the border. Bitches. With my old school limp, because I earned that shit. Fucking, it's real. I walk like a penguin. Walk like a penguin. And I read hieroglyphs. I got the typical old man swaddle. Clove on the tooth. Yeah, well, at some point, Robert, the clove just becomes something else to fucking irritate it more. And if you haven't had a toothache that level, pray to God you never get one. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. Hey, Christy. Good to see you here. Yeah, I do hope y'all read my channel description. I think it reads something like I'll yell at you and your family, step on your necks or some shit. Come on in. Welcome back. Oh my god. I am so happy, Mimi, that I have a stack of soul bucks waiting for me. Yeah. And that was a good learning experience for my son. He literally watched a state senator try to arrest his daddy for being honest. And his daddy run in fear. Same day I got the call. He was there when I got the call. Of course. He's always by. He's right there. But in this case, we were living in a 20 by 25 room with a little electric heater, crazy landlady. And I was already looking to move into an apartment. And I got a fucking coincidence. I got the call from the state capitol police chief. When he told me who he was, my asshole fucking puckered. Then he told me what was going on, and it got worse. I mean, I was making time. Cold. And homie's like, I'm calling you on my own phone just to warn you what he's been trying to do. I can't find any reason legally to arrest you. And I feel need to warn you because when I refused to do so, they took my report. And I've got 3 kids. And I was like, oh, you want to know what's going on. So I told him everything I knew. And at that point, I didn't even know about blue at all. I had just been confirmed about the red sun. its planets. How they know it's not global warming, it's actually solar warming. And if you look it up, Pluto's heating, confounding scientists. Because it's moving further away from the sun. It should be cooling by all rights, but it's heating. So confound scientists. All these scientists are so confounded. And if you go on my Facebook, I've pointed all these things out over the years as they come up. And all those things were crazy back in the day when I was saying, and now they're so evident. Some of the people that followed me over from Facebook, like Greg, you'll find this here eventually. Die Hard. He's been there. He's been one of the ones that has called me crazy and watched very too many times these crazy things happen and now become routine. It's the new normal, so to speak. I was talking about before the new normal became. And it's one thing I like about Facebook, I keep saying, and that's why I have unfriended so many folks because I'm over there to document, and that's my main public view. I won't tell anybody else where my shit is. Well, I won't tell. I just worded that wrong. I won't tell anybody where else my shit is. That's my public page. You know what I mean? That's my main research. Here it is. This is my findings. Everything else is dry kept. It's just a data without any words. It's just so I can quickly stash it. That's of course what it is. It's there for backup in case I get locked out of one of my Facebook or both of those accounts. So I've just learned that's the best way to operate. So I keep one page public and I try not to say too much on it. Try not to answer too many comments because I'm able to be reported at just damn it any point in the world. They're sensitive over their Facebook. I know, but it's all still on my page. It's all still on my page. All that information is going to be there forever, and it's not going to be buried by those 300 or 400 live shows. Yeah, I've been calling that out, and I left all that. You just might have to shuffle through my videos to make them show, but those are all there. So it's there. It's also on my public Facebook page. All of that for the public to see. Look at Rainbow. He's got his cheese nips and beer. Go on, boy. Shit. Oh, I missed that, Anonymous. This is your backup. Well, who are you? Do I know you? Yeah, it's a decent thing to be paranoid. It's not uh, paranoia if it's real, though. You know. Uh, not that you have to name who you are. I missed it if you did. Um, I'm just, me. I don't really care. That's especially if you want to come anonymous. That's great, kitten. Especially if I yelled at you and jumped up and down on your neck once. I can understand you want to remain anonymous. We all make mistakes. I would be very paranoid um, if I didn't have the knowledge of it. Fuck, everybody's always like, I worry about you. Christ's sake, you're exposing this and you're going into the temples and I wasn't doing all that and they tried to kill me. What the fuck? What am I gonna do? I'm gonna make myself presentable. That way, if they got a fucking issue, they can come to my face and fucking grow some fucking hairy balls and talk to me about it. Because I got something to give them too. They very well may settle the matter in their heart. So now that I have that kind of knowledge, who would you fear? I don't fear anybody or anything. I don't fear. I don't fear. Our Creator resides at 1748 hertz inside every atom of everything you fear. Why do you fear it? Get on his frequency. This is war. Daddy's here. You're here for a purpose. Act like it. That's the message I got. Right? No freaking fear, man. Once you have this knowledge, you'll lose that fear. You'll lose fear for me. Matter of fact, once you get there, you might be out there fucking. And it's nothing to share a video on a DoD website on Facebook. To some people, it's everything. It's like, oh my God, they're going to tape record my butthole. Yes, they will. So, what are they going to do? Learn something? That's where I'm at today. Woohoo! It's kind of liberating, at the very least, for goodness sake, man. Very liberating. And I mean, as long look, I'll tell you, I know y'all probably didn't like the JFK fucking grassy knoll. I don't care. But they challenged it, instantaneously blocked that shit. So I made the one where I documented, and I still got the one documented on this computer. But they reinstated it. I challenged that shit on and you saw the ones that got to see my challenge. That's the only video I've taken down on my channel other than live feeds ever. But I put it up there because on the grassy knoll, I'm not trying to fucking get to the point that goddamn Jackie O did it. That's not the point I'm trying to make on that video. And so many people still, well, what do you? And I'm all like, what don't you get? I went all the way into the fucking contracts of Crown Vatican DC, showed you who these people are, who's in office now, other than the fucking grassy knoll shit. Yeah, I drove the grassy knoll shit home just to prove that you've been looking in the wrong place off of words, even though the evidence shows that you should probably start at the exit wound that isn't even on the fucking official autopsy. One, to see where that came from. Because there's obviously a puff of smoke coming out of it. That's a point blank shot coming through that kind of mass. Period. In the conversation, there had to be full contact of the muzzle. Period. To send smoke out like that. It's fucking physics again. And you see it with your own eyes once you look, and then you see the flash of her little derringer, and it goes behind the seat. She climbs out. I'm betting, I don't know for sure. I mean, it was something I won't say on a video that I'm trying to convince people to look at this, look at this, look at this, watch. I'll say this on something here. I'm betting the first shot came from the fucking guy that was right behind the fucking the CIA guy, right? Or what, Secret Service. He was right in line with the fucking first bullet that came through his neck. I can't prove it though. I didn't see it. I only heard it. And then I saw him grab his throat. Then I saw her. Once she saw that it was in his throat, because you can see her look, she sat over here the whole parade. And then she looks, and she looks harder and realizes he's not dead. And what does she do? Instantaneously grabs his elbow, pulls his. Why did she do that? Boom! You see the concussion and the smoke at the same time. It's her. It's not the driver. It's not the fucking. Everything they've ever pointed at. Because I can see how people would think it was the driver or the governor or whoever, because there's all kinds of pieces of parts flying around in that limo of bodies, moving around, reacting to what's going on. But she's the only one that's really calm, cool, and collected in her emotions. Very determined, very quickly executes him, puts the final blow. The one they couldn't even mention. How could they mention it goes under here and comes out here in the or actually this side? Come to think of it, that's not mentioned, right? It's not mentioned. It came in below his shoulder, went through his rib, came out, broke his wrist. That's the mystery bullet, right? I mean, we've all heard the distract. I've heard all the distractions. I've heard them all. I've seen them all too. But what I'm trying to teach you folks is when you see an insult, you can usually follow that back to the insulter instead of looking around at the result of the insult. That's usually your beginning point in the investigation. That's the whole point I'm trying to get across in that first half. And then I lay out why it doesn't make sense that your guy doesn't do what you say he's doing. And I just don't know how to get it through to people. It's like telling people the moon's rolling 180 degrees every night. It starts out as a grin and then it'll set as a frown. And nobody gets it until I say, well, some people get it. But a lot of people don't get it until I say, it's rising wax, and then it rolls 180 degrees and sets wane. And then all of a sudden that hits as for the other people, well, that all of a sudden it's not right. And then they look. It's like everything. Programming is so fucking invasive and so hard to fucking overcome. For each individual person, you have to find a different way to say something to actually get them to fucking pay attention. It's mind numbing at this point to me. So bear with me, especially early morning rants. Like this morning, I wasn't having it. Oh my god. What is Kitten leaving us anonymous? Joel, Michelle's, or Michael. My bad. Good night. Or is that Michelle? No, that's Michelle. My bad. Sure. There I go. See, same thing. I'm butchering your names. Expect it. I might kick you on the way out the door. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Have a good evening. I know. Um, I'm not friends with Angel on YouTube or Facebook, but we speak to each other frequently on the telephone because we love each other. And she understands I just don't want to look at her bullshit when it comes to the parties, the fucking voting. I know. I love Angel. I've gone across the country and would again if they ever needed help. They went through when they was living in Virginia Beach. Her mom and dad had a tree fall on their house, and they were so busy because it was one of those big hurricanes. Me and my son's mom, of course, in the RV. I was actually in California, um, and we cruised all the way across the country to get back there and fix the roof. Stayed there for until they trying to see how I can word this. I know he's not watching, but until they had enough of her shit, and that was a pattern I just had to deal with. So we took off in the RV. They were like, "You're more than welcome to come back," and I have, of course. But I mean, back in the day, they was like, "You was more than welcome to come back." Don't worry, that bitch. I was like, "Don't worry." We got that response a lot. I like him wild, about that big around, fucking full of fire, hot as fuck. See, that was my prerequisites. That's why I'm a monk now. I learned. I was like, fucking picker's broke. I can't fight it. I am who I am. I'm a shallow, mud eating fucking catfish. Mm. So I gave it up for Lent. My Lent is 18 years long. And I'm glad. I'm fucking so glad. I really am. He's happy. He doesn't have stories like his friends. He sees it. He sees it. He sees even broke up divorce parents breaking up and divorcing, splitting up families that were going again. And he sees that. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have that heartache. What it is, and it's been steady like that since his birth. So the fact that his mom ain't around bothers him that much. He has a full relationship with her because I've forced him to call her at points in time, which of course she wouldn't, and he didn't want to. Like, what? I was like, is that your mother? That's the only answer I have for that. Your mother. Yeah, 9/11, fucking 9/11. See, Regal, I knew it was us. I knew all that. And I've been screaming that for years since the second plane hit the second trade center. I knew that was no accident. I knew not only was that not only, wait, I was with his mom. Those were so many years ago. What, 27 years ago? So of course I was with her because we were together for 9 years before he came along. That's 24 years of my life knowing that one woman. I already told you how Angel's my best friend's family. I've lived with them in 6 states as a family and as different people all together with the mom and dad without Angel or the sister around. I've lived with mom and dad, you know, Master Chief, Master Chief too. Well, I first moved in, I had flashbacks in the Navy. Fucking Michael would be coming through the fucking hall in the morning, getting ready to go to work. He'd be in there in his fucking shine Dawkins, and I'm all like, "Fucking Master Chief, staying at attention at 6 o'clock in the morning." Good morning. I was working construction anyway. I needed coffee. I enjoy company with the people, or I wouldn't be hanging with them. You know what I mean? It was great. I just didn't know why 9/11 was happening. No, I do. I totally do. It marked the beginning of this. They worked decades. by the decade. You know what I mean? They knew this was coming. They needed to have it a slow trickle, control for 20 years before they come to this point, so they could get away with doing a fucking medical martial law over the flu and fooling us because they knew our fucking food supply would diminish. We're reading it in the cuneiform. I mean, they've seen this before. They describe it step by step what happens to Earth, how the tribulations happen, how we come to this point in time where there will be mass starvation. I don't think they counted on how much food I got saved up. Because I knew for years I've been saving. I changed my diet to fucking beans and rice because I know that shit don't last forever, so I've been eating it. Got a lot of it. My God. You feed a small army. Yeah, well, and it all revolves. That's like the long count, the Mayan long count. Well, what do you think the long count is? You know, knowing what we know, of course, it's so long because that marks perihelion, perihelion, perihelion. That's why all the other gears work so well because it's all centered around that long count. All of our times, they even tell us that. It's, that's the secrets to the Mayans. I figured that one out. I think I've made a video. You know, it was easier than Giza. I was like, oh my God, this is the same language. But it's more artfully done. It really is. It's just artist depiction. And it's harder for me to, because you don't have these legends that you do coming out of Giza, of out of South America so much. I can't find them. I'm looking. I guess that would take me getting a hold of a real wisdom holder instead of the culture centers of these tribes. God knows, I don't know how to do that. That's why I came back. Mom said, you know what? Put it in everybody else's hands. You're more likely to get a hold of it right back. Go do what you know. And this is what I know. I've dealt with politics my whole life. I've just never dealt with the string pullers, the Masons and the Jesuits who actually pull the strings of the politicians I've been messing with all my life. And why not? I know how they work. I know them better than Native Americans, for fuck's sake. So it already took me, what, a week to figure out thousands of decoys and zero in on 3 targets and hit all. Well, I hit 2 of them. There's a third one I haven't really bothered with yet, but it's kind of local, so I could get there. I'm just saying that it would have took me months to figure some shit like that out in the Hopi hierarchies. What? Oh, this is that. That okay? Well, let's cross that off the list. X, Y, Z. I ended up with 3. Like, okay, this looks more like what I'm looking for. One of the 3 is going to be the right one. So that's easy, right? All I got to do is get in, have a little FaceTime with a butler, hand them raw, and see what happens. Kind of like I did with the Hopi, but I know how to deal with these people better than I did with Sue or Stewart or any of them I spoke to. Although, for the most part, like I said, I've made several videos while I was doing all those phone calls with everybody and gave you all updates. It was some of the most pleasant months of my life speaking with these folks. I'm not complaining because it wasn't just the Hopi and it wasn't just um, the Navajo. You know, that was it. It was the Pueblo people. The Pueblo people were beautiful people. I spoke with the Sioux. Just 200 and some tribes I didn't know existed on a list, a government official powwow list. I was like, okay, well, I'll go with that. I was afraid when I started it. I can tell you that too. I was actually afraid of what they were going to unify to do. Kill the white boy. Kill this little pink motherfucker over here telling us we can't be our individual tribes. We got to be one family. We got to drop our pride, come together and love. And that was, of course, my message, and it was fucking received by all of them. We spoke, some of us, for hours with wisdom holders. It was a big time. I really enjoyed it. I learned a lot. I learned that a lot of them were pieces of this between. Some of them had lost pieces of it between. So I was helping them, and they helped me more than I helped them. I feel. But I know I made connections for a lot of the tribes to a lot of the different questions they'd had about themselves. So it was beneficial everywhere. Nobody got mad or took offense to anything I had to say. I didn't take offense to anything they had to say. It was a fucking amazing time in my life. I made a bunch of videos covering that. And then I got persecuted because of Bobby fucking yelling, he's so fucking crazy, he wants to be the white buffalo. I didn't want to be the white buffalo. I didn't. I honestly started trying to help him get, just like I am right now with the Masons, but I know better what's going on. I'm kind of glad I practiced on the natives because these guys are the ones that try to kill me on this side. So I'm glad I got my shit together better and understand what's going on, because if I'd have gone into a Mason temple blind with this information, they probably would have sacrificed my ass. I hadn't even found mom at that point yet. These things happen for a reason, and I just got to accept that I'm being fashioned just like you for a bigger purpose, and we already know what the ultimate purpose of our creation is: to add our magnet to our planet to protect all life. The only way we can be a steward and protect all life is to use our hearts, the spark of life God gave us. Period. Like it or not. I mean, you take that whole book, you can condense it down into that line and be meek. Obey mom and dad only. No man, no woman over another. That's how creation is: mom, dad, and the child. Be the child that you were created to be and help mom protect life. The little bunnies need us. So does mom. I mean, in the big picture, mom needs us, just like we need her. Period. She, who doesn't know what a nova could do to a planet with one shield on? It could kill the planet's magnetosphere. Look at Mars. It's almost dead. And it has inhabitants that are affected by the same fuckers that trapped us here. We already know that. We've heard that in our own right. Well, see, that's yeah, the Soros, Rothschilds paradigm. I mean, they are middle management. They're the ones you see. They're the head puppets. Uh, Rothi handles the finance, which is toilet paper. 180 nations get their finance from him, and we all know that. That's established. That's not conspiracy. That's like real. And here's the one that hits people. Every fucking nation that gets their fucking shit printed also has their presidents appointed. And if you actually step back and look, the broad scale of this, You think it's coincidence that all the presidents in line have been from the fucking same John Galt line? John of Galt? He's the principality of royalty over there in Europe. Well, you'd really shit yourself if you saw the bloodline of the other 179 leaders, too. Yeah. It's all in the family. Period. It's controlled opposition everywhere you look. Everyone looking for the NWO hasn't looked. It was established a long time ago. It's been going on right in front of our faces. We've been fighting for fucking freedom. What? It's just like they wrote the book. It really is. If you look at our history, our recent history since WW fucking one, I can trace it right from Revelations and how it was done right from the Vatican. And none of it's secret. None of it's fucking secret. Not one fucking word of it, not one contract of it is secret. Not one. And to convince a voter, it's a little different than showing people the moon's rise and wax. We're on 180 degrees and set point. It's a whole different fucking monster. Politics. It's the individual regional religions where they have a broad-based religion division between the Abrahamic religions and the Buddhists and of course, the Native Americans, and then the regional border religions of who's your God. And then they use these old medias to make you convinced that that's your God or that's your God. Because you hate that guy. So, color. It's always a color part of whatever. It's kind of divisive tool. These are just the ones that are in our face, but they're so in our face, they're entwined into our beliefs because we've watched our parents fight and argue their whole lives over who to fucking vote for. You got to get your voice out. Well, and then they come out on the same media channel and give you a little interview the night of the fucking election, explain the electoral college, and they tell you right there. They don't give a fuck how you vote. Tell me they don't. They tell you right there. They tell you every night on the election because I'm sitting there looking at it. I can't name an election since Ron Paul ran that I haven't voted for Yosemite Sam or myself. Because I understand fully the process. Even when I was working for Davis, I understood that our leaders were appointed. I had no idea yet of the origins of all of it because I hadn't started my online research yet of canon or any at that. But I knew it was set up. I'd watched 9/11. I was just trying to work in what I thought were the remnants of a republic that was never a republic. That's where my mindset, honest to God, was. I was trying to work on the remnants of a republic that was never actually a republic. And I had never looked into that part. I just knew we had been compromised. I had that to go on, just like anybody else. But being me, that wasn't good enough because that didn't answer a lot of questions. That brought up a lot more questions than I was comfortable living with. And I knew where to look. Exactly where I had landed myself, found myself working in the Library of Congress because that's where they keep everything. Yes, I learned. I was like, holy shit, would you look at this? And it began with the Treaty of Ghent, Ghent, Belgium, 1814, that dictated our borders and where we can place troops in our borders and allied the actual finance and payment to the king, to the crown. We were actually literally free for 36 years, in other words. Do that. You know, Regal, I'm pretty sure I was very close around that same time, although I kept my Dish Network until she left. She liked her HBOs. That was, well, fuck, dude. It was 15 years ago. Look, my kid's just turning 16. That's how long it's been since I watched a TV program. Until he and I went on vacation this last summer and I watched The 100, some kind of science fiction show or some shit like that on Netflix. Because his mom got him a Netflix thing on her account, and they'll watch some kind of River Fall or some kind of shit every week. That's one of their dates. They get together and watch. They'll simultaneously watch something. You know, it's like a weekly show. So something or other falls. I don't know. I've watched a little bit. I approve. It's cool. It's like Baywatch, but the modern day. One of these girl flicks. So he's willing to sit through it. It's time with his mom. He can do it any way he wants. Ah, shit. Well, yeah, that was all staged. Hillary's his cousin. She's fifth generation, and I've never seen evidence of a fifth generation royal in the Oval Office. It's third is the farthest I've ever seen go back, and they were third on both sides. Now, Obama, as a side note, he was the most royal we've ever had. He was first generation on both sides of his family. That's an impressive stat. Um, uh, Trump is first generation. That's how I knew, beyond shadow of a doubt. And of course, being me, I needed three correlations, and I got them. I knew he was a Democrat all his life, always has been, openly. And I'm pretty sure I documented that this morning. I mean, I'm not a dumbass. I know who the fuck. I went to Florida too, in Blue Glass, and my boys in Daddy Blue's Hippie Palace in West Palm. I got the lowdown from the fucking hoedown. Uh-huh, uh-huh. I knew. I knew who he was long before I left Florida 30 years ago. All right. I knew what he was up to. He'd already been busted once for a Ponzi scheme that long ago. Seriously, this is like back in the 90s, early mid 90s. He was already in trouble in Florida again, shit, doing stupid shit. So, I already knew all of that stuff had gone down before I mean, any of this ever happened. And I couldn't believe he was running. And then I started looking at him like I had never looked before because I had never thought WWF champion fucking dropping money off of the balcony to distract fucking dickwad down there. What's his name? Vince McMahon. Fucking shaving heads in the fucking ring and shit. I never saw him running for president. All right. So I never looked at his bloodline. I just thought he was a fucking jackass that had too much money. Honest to God. That was my opinion of him, even right up to The Apprentice and all that shit. I never watched the episode. although that's the only thing anybody ever wanted to talk about. And I started getting flashes of like, oh my God, look at this guy. They're gearing him up for something. I could see it because of his connections. He's been connected with fucking Soros for fucking decades. And then all of a sudden, Soros is coming out and fucking like I showed it this morning. Like, what was it? '04 gave him $100 million, and in '08 he gave him $318 million for the same building. For the same building, that adds up to $420 million. Is that a coincidence, dude? 420. I just love numbers. Anyways, so I'm sitting here, and all you got to do is look at this shit. And I'm showing to everybody this morning on how I find it. It's right there. It's not hidden. This isn't hidden. Biden. I can't even find. I'm pretty sure he's fifth generation. He's a no go. As it is, he's another Hillary. It's already in the bag, so to speak. We know which way we're going here, by a landslide, if it even happens, and I'm pretty convinced it. Legally, it can't. It just can't legally happen. Uh, Release from the Emergency Act it can't even be revisited for 6 months after the signing of the document. And that puts it after election. By law, by decree, or by our own president, there is no president. All presidential powers belong to FEMA. Call the White House line. It's there. You can't leave a message anymore. You can't get a live person anymore, for fuck's sake. It directs you to FEMA. Countries in a state of emergency, call FEMA for your concerns. Any concerns dealing with the White House are directed directly to FEMA. And that's literal. I've called it. I've called it several times now because I couldn't believe it the first time. Call your White House fucking public line. It'll tell you the same thing I just told you. The nation's in a fucking emergency. Call FEMA for any. All presidential powers have been handed to FEMA. And you can literally, if you go back to the day after, or go back to the day of the signing it on these major news networks where he's signing, because I was already hitting. I make it a practice to catch these news releases on YouTube as soon as I can. That way, more people get to see my comments. But here's the real reason for COVID, blah blah blah. And of course, you all met Prince. It's draw people in, and I'll do that. And fucking, so I'm sitting here watching him sign this thing, and then the very next day, you can see him on stage. It's a totally different energy. Somebody stole his puppy, kicked him in the face, handed him a Q-tip, said, "You are the king of swabs and ventilators, bitch." He understood only some between the time of signing and the next morning. Somebody had broke it down pretty good for him, what he just did. And he wasn't very excited about it. You could read that in Mr. fucking WWF's body language. They had just butt fucked him while wringing his puppy's neck in front of his face. I mean, you could see it in his face. He was like, oh, walking around. He was so upset. He was ready to cry. He didn't even realize what the fuck he was doing. He's a puppet. Yeah, he had a rough day. Yeah, our government doesn't work for us, and I really had no idea where it stemmed from, and I didn't know who pulled the strings. Now I see the puppet leader that pulls the strings, and I know who pulls his strings. And just they're not visible. Mom knows where they are. And a church organist for 40 years. We've heard about them church organists. Regal. Need I remind you of Inky? He's a bad, bad man. Speaking of which, let's see if I can locate that fucker. First search on my new account. How? Fuck. On the floor. Okay. So I guess maybe 5, 8, 1, 4, 1, 4, 9, 12, 2, 4, 9 to 12. I'm trying to find them all. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to save this page. How do I do that? Oh, yeah. All right. See what this is. Oh, okay. So let's do this. Let's save the playlist. Now that's added to the playlist library. Hopefully you guys can attack that because it looks like this is in chronological order. We're going to start on book 4 because that's the last one I remember. Oh,
upon the soil and raised it skyward. So he built a large house that was basically a skyscraper. The ziggurats at Ur is what I believe those to be.
I like that shit. What's up? I told you Greg would find us. What up, Greg? How you doing, brother? You caught us just in time. I'm fixing to make some fish. We're going upstairs. You know, my kiln's hot now. We're going upstairs because I got to start dinner right now. I'm hungry. How you doing, bro? I heard you was moving around the country over here for some reason. Glad you found us. I was a little concerned for you. Shit. So I'm not going to read much of the chat. A little bit. Because I'm giving cooking class. You are a whiny hound dog. What are you doing, kid? Everything. Yeah. The hatchets. Get the bitches. So fish sounds acceptable to your ass. What do you want with it? You want mac and cheese? Or you want some kind of... Giving me the I don't care shit. How about brownie cookies? If we have brownie cookies, you need to make them. They're coming right here. Those look good.
We'll leave that right there in case you decide you want to make that. You know, if you're working. We're almost out of hose. Salmon this evening. Wild caught salmon fillet. Better than turkey. These big old fillets, they only cost me $1. Why? Because I get them at the Dollar Tree. Believe it or not, I get that at the fucking Dollar Tree because they got freezers now. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I'll take 4. I love Dollar Tree. Various butter flavors. Bring and roll. Hefty, hefty, hefty. Aluminum foils. What do you want, Chico? You're over here looking and hoping something's going to fall, ain't you? This one's for my kid, of course. Everything's better with butter. Come on. Especially if you eat good. You can afford the fat. Look at me. I ain't got much. Don't hate me because I can eat butter. But you know, what I tell you I ate today so far, half a sandwich. You know, it ain't like I go around eating just to eat. So you can get away with little things like that. That's not too much butter. My son's in the same situation pretty much, except he does eat more than ho-hos than I do. Oh, shit. This is salmon. That requires strawberry. Did I say requires? Yes. You can't have good salmon without a strawberry. Cut up nice and thin and put in a little steam box like this to put it into the meat. You want to be careful not to fucking break the foil because you want it to steam inside and create at least like a half a pound of pressure to soak into that fucking meat. Otherwise, your fish is just going to be, or any meat you're making really, is going to be dry and typical. I don't like typical food. I like fucking like, this shit's going to be flaky. You ain't even got to worry about skin. The skin's going to be way tougher than the fucking meat. Even though the skin's the softest shit, you ain't going to believe how good that meat just falls apart in your mouth if you do it like this. Patches is excited already. This is she ain't barking at nothing but me being in the kitchen. That's just her. That's where she is. Is that right? Look at her now. They're both right here. Where's Chica? There he is. He ain't not look at him. Look at him. He just sitting there. He ain't saying shit. He just looking. Is he going to drop something? No, he's going to drop something. He's going to drop something. What are you going to drop? What are you doing? These two. What, you've never put fucking raw garlic and a strawberry on fish before? You've never lived. You've never lived. Fucking delicious. With butter, guarantees perforation into the meat through the fat layers. Just like marijuana. Oh yeah, that's right. I got green butter. Oh damn. This motherfucker. Again, hold your little sealant pack.
Being a patches.
Yeah, she's being a patches. She wants whatever I'm doing over here in her bowl.
You don't get any more than we were going to give you some.
Oh my god, if you could only smell that. You'd want to, you'd want to take a bite out of it like ice cream too.
You don't get anything.
Oh my god. Now look, don't get the wrong idea about me. I ain't into eating butter, but you wouldn't have to talk hard than to fucking make me sit down and eat a bowl of this shit. That is good stuff. So we'll just cut that whole chunk up on it. Just cut the whole damn chunk up on my fish. On my fish. It's on my fish. It's green butter. The whole damn chunk. So now we're throwing. Now I ain't changing up the ingredients. We're still putting the garlic and strawberries all over this motherfucker here. Oh dear. I'm running into only blackberries. Uh-oh. Oh, I think I see a strawberry remnant. Got a blackberry mixed up in there. Fine. Watch this. I'm having blackberry salmon and green butter. I've done this before too. Blackberry actually is, you know, it's pretty fucking good too. I can't say it's better than strawberry, but I like it. I like it. It's a nice, bold, tangy, where strawberry's a little bit more tame. I just put it all on there. Did you see that? He's out of control. He's crazy. He just put a whole fucking big 2 blackberries on top of green butter and garlic and wrapped it up and said, "Dinner time, bitches!" That's just the way I did it. Another thing about doing it that way is my green butter ain't going to get in his fish. So my kid's so straight edge, it's not even a joke. He'll be all mad at me. You sent me green butter. Hard to believe that boy came from my loins. He's almost 16. He's such a good kid. I'm so proud of him. He is nothing like I was. Although he's a little shithead. I gotta give that to him. He is a little shit. He just has a different way about it. He's much less rebellious than I was, but I was so fucked up, brought up, man. Everything was taboo to me. I wanted to fucking just get out of the fucking reins, and I haven't given him too many reins of control. So, like I said, he didn't. He's back. He's still early back from his play date today. He's convinced. So if you're gonna drop something, no, Chico, nothing you'd like. I'm cutting fruit, buddy. He turned his nose up at fruit. So would Patches unless Chico's there. Patches would eat that shit just because he's there. Fucking dogs. All right, let's see here. You get everything ready and resealed before I go there. I like making one trip. Every time you open that fucking refrigerator, it costs you $1. And then one trip. Be back. Look out. Get in my way, little dog. You look like a shadow, boy. You get yourself run over like that. Tomato. Maybe some hot sauce. What had I already decided on? Didn't I decide on something? Look at that, so you're still short. You're looking like a shadow to me, buddy. I'll step on you. That'll work. Let's do that. Tomorrow, fuck it. While we're here, let's get this started. We'll see. May as well. All right, son, what do you want? Chicken or bean soup? Bacon, bean, or chicken? Good. Me too. Good choice. So we'll be making bacon and bean soup next. As I do that, all right, beans do we want? Great Northern? Oh, I like those. The traditional black beans that are kidney. Mm. 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 A mixture, you say? I agree. We might even toss in a lentil or two. So this is a little bit of a process, not much. We got black beans. Pouring in half the jug. And yes, I realize it's a bag, not a jug. Deal with it. I'm going to pour the sippy over here. Continue on with our traditional red kidney. We'll dump in most of the bag here. I'm still putting some of them in there, just so I can make room for these northern beans. These beans look pretty clean. Not a lot of floaties, which is something you like to look for, especially if it's food you've had more than a month unsealed. You might get, that's just a dead bean. You might get a bug every now and again. There's some northern beans in there, and I'm overflowing my cup, so we'll just do that. Ah! All right, shake it up real good, strain them. Rinse them off. I like to set them aside till my meat's nice and browned, because if you don't do it, it's not going to get that browned flavor later. You got to do it now. Seal this up. Burp it. Set it there for later. Let me see if I can locate some of these lentils. I've got so many cans of food. It's not a bad thing. Just not putting rice in them this time. All I do is lose some of this, so I can find my shit a little better. Okay. Those are a lot of black beans right there. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. How y'all doing? I'm ready. Here, we found some lentils. Hey, easy now. Easy. Easy. Look at me. Caught me dialoguing. I'm going to add a little more water. This mix. Turn it way the fuck down. Yeah, I'm cheating. I just used some mix. Crazy animal! Cheers. Yeah, fuck it. Just pour the whole thing in there. I find cutting it up helps cook it faster and makes it easier to eat, of course, out of a spoon. Yeah, I haven't forgot about our lentils. Just a few of them for texture. Not going to, not going to drain the lentils. Let them soak. So my bacon is just about unthawed. Half of it. And it's starting to smell real good. I'm sure you can hear it frying in the pan. About this time, then we want to also add any onion you plan on putting in it. Back off in this passage, you're liable to get your nose cut. I'm slinging sharp objects right now. Right now. Right now. Beginning now. Yeah, that's right. Be scared. See that? It could have been your nose, bitch. I'd keep it tucked in there. Look at her. She wants to smell it. She's like, oh, that's onion. I don't like that. Ooh, that sucked. Crazy dog. Look, she is after my bacon grease.
Nothing for you.
I know, right?
None.
She's after it. She's like, it's mine. It's mine bacon grease. Well, Patches, I'm sorry to tell you, You don't even get a drop of this shit. That's all going in the soup. What would my soup be flavored with if there wasn't bacon juice in it? I like my soup with a good rich stock, baby. She'll get some of the soup. Not tonight. Now, what's our favorite ingredient with beans? That's right. Why would it be different with our soup? I don't know. I've never made it without butter. I've had it without butter and it sucks. I'm just saying. That's right, Patches. I'm being an asshole right here live on Catfish Corner. Give her love. Give her love. Oh. Oh, is he giving you is he loving you? Is he giving you hugs? She's ready to fight. I know, he's torturing you with love. I see him. I see him. Look, she's ready to fight now. Like, no hugs. No hugs. Don't love me. Oh, he loves you. He loves you, Rose. Oh, God. Chico, you want love, dog? How do you wag your tail? You like, help me, they're fighting again. Get Chico. Get him. Don't take that shit. He's giving you love. I'll give you. You get that. You really don't take that shit from me. They're crazy, aren't they, Chico? They're just crazy. Oh my goodness. What do you do? What do you do? Get upset. You see, he says Chico. How dare I give He wants to eat somebody, but he's too little. How dare I give her love? Listen to her. She's all excited now. She got her all excited. She don't know what to do with all that love energy. She's freaking out. She's mad because she knows good and damn well she ain't getting no bacon. You either, Chico. Look. He just, he's like, please. No bacon for you. Either one. Oh, the great northern bean soup with butter. So we're going to throw in some butter. Throw in the butter. Yeah, Patches. No green butter because this is like a conglomerated soup. I can add green butter later. And you know I'm fucking gonna. But this is gonna feed up me and Seamus for a good 3 days. At least. And if I was putting in green butter, I'd put in 2 full sticks. But I'm not. Because I'll be adding butter later. And I don't want to over butter. You don't want to over any ingredient. Let that bacon cook some more. With the thoughts of need to add a little bit of spices now, including a dash, because I don't really put enough in here to make it taste like chicken, but it adds a little spice. Oh, Patches.
Time for you to be loved, Patches.
Oh, she needs love. She does. I can tell. She's feeling lonely,
She's gonna eat.
unloved, right? Uh-oh. Well, that's the last of that. So I'm just gonna pop in. Oh, oh dear. Oh, come on, there. Come on. I'm trying to do cooking over here. Listen to her. I'm thinking he's giving me love. Oh. Oh, she's just a baby girl. Make her bed. Make her butt. Make her butt. Look out, Chico. She might be barking at you. You never know.
Charlie, hook her.
Yeah, it's not acting. He's like, oh shit, is she barking at me? So,
I love you.
no, how dare he? How dare he do that to you? Oh, man. That's a good start. That's what I'd call it. Here, we'll see. That's a good start. That's starting to smell good. How can I help you? What? I didn't give you hugs. Come here. Come here. It's okay. Don't worry. Nobody loves you. Everybody hates a barking dog. It's still status quo. Oh, okay. I love her. She's a good girl. I'm the only one that she'll let hug her. So she gets mad when Shayla starts it. She gets mad when I don't. Back up, dog. Get out of my kitchen, crazy animal. My kitchen, dog. My bacon. You ain't getting no 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 bacon, dog. No bacon, dog. Angry bacon, no having dog. You know what I'm doing? I'm gonna make the baby angry. Change pots in mid-swing. Just because I should have been using this one in the first place. So I forgot. I got a new soup pot. It's bigger than this pot. And I like it better because it's not old Teflon. Now, that's settled. We'll continue cooking in the new soup pot. I'm sitting here looking at my pile of beans and lentils thinking, yeah, what the fuck was I thinking? Pot. Funny, Patches. And look. I like to say that's also a pan, but it fits in this fucking perfect fucking sealed lid. You seal all that flavor in there. Just like I showed you with the fish, it's going to be done in 20 minutes. Yep, it's like that. Oh, shit, you know what, Patches? Sorry. She's pissed because I washed out the pot. I would be too. La la la. Oops. Now she's starting to eat her food because she realized at this point it ain't happening for her. That's fucked up. I'm an asshole. See, how would you like to live with me? What up, Lisa? How you doing? And Cheryl, hi. Welcome back, everybody. I'm making soup for tomorrow. and fish tonight. Fish with green butter. Soup will cook all day until I eat it tomorrow. I'll cook it slow like a crock pot. Fucking delicious. Over the course of the night, I will probably have to put 4 to 6 of these pan lids full of water in because it'll cook out. And you gotta watch it. Good thing I only sleep a couple hours at a time and I'm not cooking it hard. Or we'll wake up the crusty bottom fucking burnt on baked bean soup. And that kind of soup sucks. That's not the kind I'm shooting for today. That looks too good. Be doing that shit too. But I've done it before. Don't put it past me. I just know how to take safeguards now. I was like, you're a dumbass. I was talking to myself, of course, because I have been known to do stupid shit. Here, that'll clue you in. Put the fucking lid on the soup and not as much will boil out, will it? That's step one. Step two comes in a minute when the soup starts spitting out of this and heating up again. Actually. A wee bit of pepper. I don't put too much of anything in it. Oh, I forgot to put salt in it at all, didn't I? Pink. It's pink. It's girl salt. I don't want any. It's girl salt. Just a little bit won't hurt. There go my egg. Right on. That looks good already. You ain't even started yet. I can hear it cooking. And that leaves us with about 14 minutes on the fish. And it's smelling pretty fucking good too. I know, Chico, I'm torturous today, ain't I? You know, you got a golf ball? You sniffed it like 10 times. Been here for a week. What are you looking for? Oh, anything? I didn't drop anything in there, but I'm very big old dick weed. I gave you food, though. I gave you food. A bowl of it. Patches ain't sure. It's over there in the garden. That's some funny shit. He's just chasing that thing around. I had poured it in his food and he didn't realize it. So I had to take him over there and show him the shit.
Where'd Patrick go?
I have no idea. She's sulking. She hasn't got any of my soup
Oh,
or my bacons.
there she is.
Uh-oh, Chico, your fun's over, dude.
Bro.
She's like, oh, you're sneaking. Did you see that look? She looked at me like, oh, and then looks at Chico like, oh, you betrayed me for him. She gave me a dirty look, like she knew. She like
You have
she sniffed her bowl and was like, oh, I see. And then looks at Chico and then looks it back at me like, oh my God, you betrayed me for him. I'm like, oh my God. And then she chased him out of the bowl. She said, that's mine, motherfucker. There's something wrong with that dog.
Oh, Chico. Look at Chico.
I know, he's sitting there being such a good boy now. Look at, you guys.
He's like,
You gotta see poor Ito. He's just completely sitting there like, God, I was just eating that. That wasn't mine a minute ago. Oh, it's the drama every night. That's why I tried to be quiet for the poor guy. But he had to go over there and get all excited, like, food, oh my God, and start throwing the food around. She heard that shit. She came in and gave me that dirty look, like, you son of a bitch, you're sneaking him food.
That's illegal.
And then she gave him the look of, like, you're a dumbass. And then looked at me again, like, fuck, I can't believe what you just did to me. Chased him out of the bowl and started taking control. Oh, damn. Where'd she go? His damn sun is over. All right, I'm turning this down. That
Throwing
leaves
it on the
us
ground.
with 10 whole minutes with the fish stuff going on here.
Poor Chico. He's still just sitting there.
He's still not a smart guy.
Still just sitting there. He's like, okay.
He ain't moved. Here. He's still like, could you save me just a little bit? How much battery we got here? We're about half battery. I'm fucking sweating already, Rebels. I know the kiln's hot, but I ain't got. I got enough time to run down and make one pipe, and the running up and down is gonna make me sweat more than anything. Actually, unfortunately, this is going down to 320. This is going up a bit. My cheater ain't even done. It should only took 9 minutes, so I didn't have it up hot enough. Son,
What?
get your little butt in here.
What?
Get your little butt in here. Now, the soup I'm not worried about. This, it's on a variable temperature, apparently. It hasn't decided to cook really. And I'm turning the temperature up. Don't you let it burn. You just stand here. I'll have to beat on you. And feed Patches your
Patches
fish.
seems to have given Chico leftovers.
She knows she's getting your fish because you're going to burn the mac and cheese and broccoli. Yes, I still need to go to the grocery store tomorrow and get some broccoli and some cutlet. This is a new stove. I still haven't quite got used to it. Exactly. The burners yet. This one was definitely set on too low. So fucking. Are you even heating? Yeah, it's heating up. It's just now starting to simmer. Right there. Oh shit, Patches just ran off with your little cup too, Chico. She just stole your cup, buddy. You're fucked. Alright. Well, I got 15 minutes. So that works. Although in about 10 minutes I gotta come up and cut up the tomato for that mac and cheese Peter salad. I'm not just gonna leave it as is. As it comes out. Definitely spicing that shit up with some fresh fucking tomato. For the moment though, let's go ahead and give her a first test of our Anunnaki cuneiforms. Hi everybody that I didn't see coming in. Hope you're enjoying the cooking with fish. We are having fish tonight. Let's get on.
Oh, yeah. Back here with you on the Global Reality right here on the Global Reality Radio Network. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Thanks for being with us here tonight. Thanks for staying up late with us.
Let the pouring begin.
Hi, Greg. Night edition broadcast. We're going to be getting into in this segment of the show tonight. It's been a good time.
Already got us ready to go here in the dungeon.
Enjoy reading books with you here on the show. I got to go back and this always happens. I don't know what it is. I won't touch this PDF at all. We'll just automatically scroll to another page once about. I got back to where we left off last time. Now where we're getting into now is the account of the mutiny of the Igigi, and as we've established in our previous readings, the Igigi is the name for the people that were brought to Nibiru. To Earth from Nibiru, and were put in charge of mining the gold, and essentially started to revolt because they felt that the labor was too heavy and they couldn't get all the gold mined. So allegedly, this is why the Anunnaki created mankind as a slave race to mine the gold for them. So that's what we're going to be getting into now, is this mutiny of the Igigi, and these workers basically saying, we're tired of this, no more. Now this is the account of the mutiny of the Igigi, and how Anzu was put to death for stealing the tablets of destiny and was punished. From the Abzu, gold from Earth's veins was carried to the landing place, and they transported them in rocket ships to the way station on Lamu, which of course we have established Lamu as being Mars. So right there, they sent rocket ships, and this is 5,000-year-old text openly talking about rocket ships being sent to the way station, also on the 33rd degree parallel, from the transport station on the 33rd degree parallel in Cydonia on Earth, which is what we know as modern-day Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq. From the planet Mars, the celestial chariots brought the precious metal gold to Nibiru. On Nibiru, the gold was fashioned into the finest dust, and it was employed to protect the atmosphere. Slowly, the breach in the heavens was healing. Slowly, Nibiru was saved. In the Eden, and here, of course, Eden is E-D-I-N. Well, we know it to be the same thing as what we know in biblical text as Eden, E-D-E-N. It's the origination. Again, it's just puts holes in modern-day Christianity left and right here. In the Eden, the 5 cities were perfected. Enki Enridu, a sparkling abode made upon the soil and raised it skyward. So he built a large house that was basically a skyscraper. The ziggurats at Ur is what I believe those to be. You ever seen the ziggurats at Ur? That's essentially what that is. Like a mountain, he raised it above the ground and built it in a good place. Damkina, his spouse, dwelt there, and he taught his son Marduk. Enki taught his son Marduk wisdom there. In the Biru Key, in Lil, the bond heaven earth established, the site it was to see. So he's talking about establishing. Enlil was basically the one in charge of establishing this link with heaven and earth, and establishing the Biru as heaven. What we're told heaven is.
Yeah. He gets that right.
Heaven being the Biru is what they claim here, or what they claim in these texts. At its center, a heavenward tall pillar was reaching the sky itself. On a platform that cannot be overturned, it was placed. There, with the words of Enlil, all settlements encompassed on Lamu and in the Biru, they were heard. For their beams were raised, the heart of all the lands they could search. So they're talking about a beam that they can shoot on across great distances on any planet and tell if there's life there. Its eyes could scan all the lands, its net unwanted approach impossible made. In its lofty house, a crown-like chamber was the center. To the distant heavens appeared. This is setting up the waters. This is where the term the waters is. Because they had a beam that looked over everything and a tower that was up and into the heavens. So this is where the biblical term the waters came. This is why they were called that. They had a beam. They could scan across the sky, and they could scan every living thing with it. So this is where the idea of the all-knowing God came from. It's not an all-knowing God. It's a technology that enables the user to be virtually an all-knowing God. You see? This is where all the mythologies of religion are held within these texts, if we're brave enough to look at them and not just dismiss them as the ramblings of the crazy CIA agent Zachariah Sitchin. Again, as I talked about earlier, associating real truths with people who are easy to discredit, so then you attempt to use cognitive dissonance to try and negate the information. That's what that Zachariah Sitchin, another case of that. Towards the heavens, horizon was its gaze. The heavenly zenith was perfected. In its dark, hallowed chamber, 12 emblems was the family of the sun marked. Now that's interesting. 12 emblems.
Yeah. There's one reason
12 tribes of Israel can allegedly correspond with 12 extraterrestrial races, which can then be communicated using the 12 jewels and the 12 stones of the ephod. Start to see the pattern here.
Yeah.
The ephod being, highly regarded in religious practice, Kabbalistic practices, extraterrestrial technology. On Emmys were the secret formulas of the sun and the moon, the Viru and earth, and 8 celestial gods recorded. The tablets of destinies in the chamber their hues emitted. With him, Enlil saw all comings and all goings on. So Enlil was the one that was put in charge of this all-seeing technology, the real all-seeing eye. That's what the real all-seeing eye represents. The all-seeing eye of Enlil.
Yep.
Representing his, that's why you still think, it's all the government for total information awareness. That's why they use that. The eye in the sky. You've heard that song, right? I am the eye in the sky.
Well, NASA has the Enlil model that is the eye in the sky. It literally is. The
By
Enlil
earthquake forces, they
Enlil
would
prediction
stir.
model.
The elixir, they had only small reactions. Yeah, that's another thing. These Anunnaki started noticing it when they came to Earth because our orbit is so quick. They aged a lot quicker. Which goes to explain why the elite are wanting these portals and stuff to open. Because allegedly they
that's right. NASA Enlil monitors. Can you ring a bell?
Which won't permit humans to break free from it without
we're called
exposure to radiation. So building these stargates.
Eye in the sky. Enlil. Enlil monitors.
Another very important to the elite.
What's changed? Nothing.
Because they want to be able to jump to another planet that has a different orbit and thus slow down their aging cycle. That's undoubtedly what they can do. And this, of course, this technology goes back to admit it that the Anunnaki had this technology. Hell, they had the technology to shear off the tops of the mountains down there where the Nazca lines are in Peru. Carved the lion, half man, half lion, helmet, face on Mars that we talked about earlier here. They talked about another device that would bring back a dead man to life.
Sure did.
In the Eden, the Anunnaki toiled. In the Abzu, the work was more backbreaking. By teams, the Anunnaki were sent back to Nibiru, and new teams were arriving on Earth. The Igigi on the Lamu dwelling were the loudest.
The bringing them back to life was the
so it was the ones that were on
they
Mars, essentially, I guess,
just like anything we got today.
When from Lamu to Earth, they descend. A rest place. They were demanding a rest place on Earth.
Clear that.
With Anu, Enlil, and Enki exchanged words, and then they consulted the king. Let the leader come to Earth and with Anzu have discussions. So Anu did say to them. Anzu to Earth from the heavens descended the words of complaints to Enlil and Enki he delivered. Let Anzu of the workings gain understanding. Enki to Enlil was saying, I will the Abzu show him and reveal to him the bond of heaven and earth. To the words of Enki, Enlil consented. Enki to Anzu, the Abzu did show the toil in the mines to him he presented. Enlil invited Anzu to Nibiru and let him enter the hallowed dark chamber. In the innermost sanctuary of the Tablets of Destiny to Anzu he explained. What the Anunnaki were doing in the 5 cities was explained and shown to Anzu. To the Igigi who at the landing place were arriving, he promised relief. To discuss the complaints of the Igigi, he then returned to Nibiru. A prince among the princes was Anzu, of royal seed his ancestry could be counted. Evil thoughts filled his heart when to the bond of heaven and earth he returned. He was scheming to take away the tablets of destiny.
Get him, Anzu.
In his heart, he was planning to take control of the decrees, D-E-C-R-E-E-S. In his heart, he was planning to take control of the decrees of heaven and earth. The removal of the Enlilship in his heart he conceived to rule the Igigi and to rule the Anunnaki. That was his aim. Unsuspecting Enlil at the entrance to the sanctuary, Anzu stationed himself there. Unsuspecting Enlil left the sanctuary. For a cooling swim, he went away.
Green, blue, nice color.
With the purpose of evil, Anzu seized the tablets of destiny. In a sky chamber, he flew away to the mountain of the sky chambers and went there swiftly. There at the landing place, rebellious Igigi were waiting for him. They were preparing to declare Anzu the king of Earth and Mars. In the sanctuary of Nibiru, the brilliance petered out, the humming quieted down. Silence prevailed in the place. Suspended were the sacred formulas. In Nibiru, Enlil was speechless. He was overwhelmed by the treachery. To Enki, he spoke angry words of the ancestry of Anu to him. He questioned. No, hey, this is our blood doing this, is this? Somebody that related to us wouldn't do this kind of fucking shit, would they? If it's one of our bloodlines, we're going to have to kill this motherfucker. In the Bureau, the leaders gathered. The Anunnaki who decreed fates with Anu were consulting. Anzu must be seen. The tablets to the sanctuary must be returned. Thus did decree Anu. Who shall face the rebel? Who shall retrieve the tablets? The leaders asked each other. With the tablets of destiny in his possession, Anzu is invincible. They were saying to each other. Ninurta, by his mother encouraged from the assembled, he stepped forward. Enlil's warrior I shall be. Anzu I shall vanquish. Ninurta was saying. That's pretty badass. The woman stepped up. What are the guys? You notice that? Well, the women stepped up. I'll kill this motherfucker. Fuck it, let's go, let's ride. You know?
Yeah,
What the dude? No. It's the woman that steps up. Let's ride. Let's go fuck this dude up. Come on, let's go do a shit on this motherfucker. Fuck this dude up. I'm ready. I'm the shit. Let's go. You got dudes biting off cocks. I guess the women got to step up and, control themselves here. To the mountainside, Ninurta said, Ninurta, I'm sorry. I guess Ninurta is a female. So Ninurta said his force. I thought they said Ninurta was a female.
Nin is usually
I must
a
be getting
female.
confused. Okay, apparently
unless
Ninurta.
it's
I'll take that back.
some with only one.
To the mountainside, Ninurta said his force to vanquish the fugitive Anzu he undertook.
His mama was a concubine.
Ninurta was mocking Anzu from his hideout. You motherfucker, you suck. I'm coming to get the tablets, bitch. No, mocking him. The tablets are my protection. I am invincible. Ninurta directed lightning darts at Anzu.
Oh, Jesus. Oh.
But the arrows could not approach Anzu. They turned backwards and fired back away towards him.
Can't get better
The
than
battle
that.
was still. Ninurta's weapons,
Chicken.
Anzu did not vanquish. Enki then to Ninurta gave counsel. With your whirlwind, stir up a storm. Let the dust cover Anzu's face. Let the wings of his skybird ruffle. So this is, ruffle the wings of his skybird. And again, they're using the terminology of a skybird as a ship. This is a space battle. And they're using weather warfare weapons and changing the weather and, basically exploiting the territory of Earth as their weapon. Sound familiar? Wonder where these guys in charge got it from. Here you go. For his son Enlil, he fashioned a mighty weapon. It was called a Tilu missile. To your stormer weapon, attach it. When wing to wing near at Anzu, shoot it. Thus did Enlil his son Ninurta instruct. When wing to wing were near each other, he let the missile fly as fast as lightning. Again, Ninurta in his whirlwind soared, and Anzu against him in his skybird rose to the challenge. Wing to wing, Anzu in anger shouted, this battle will be your destruction. Ninurta followed the advice of Enki, and with his whirlwind, he created a dust storm. The dust covered Anzu's face, and the pinions of his skybird were exposed. Into their midst, Ninurta let the missile fly loose, a fiery brilliance of Anu's pinions engulfed. Like butterflies, his wings began to flutter to the ground. Anzu came falling. The earth shook. The skies became darkened. Well, why do you think that is? He shot the nuclear weapon at his ass. The fallen Anzu Ninurta made captive, and he retrieved the tablets of destiny from him. From the mountaintop, the Igigi were watching. When Ninurta came to the landing place, they trembled and kissed his feet. Ninurta, the captive Abigail and Anunnaki, he set free. To Anu and Enlil, his victory, he announced. He then returned to Nibiru, and in its innermost chamber, he reinstalled the tablets. Once again, the brilliance therein returned. The hum of MEs in the tablet were restored. I don't know what this MEs is. This hum of something, MEs. And figure out what that is, ME. Anybody out there knows, send me an email. Before the seven who judged Anzu, a judgment was taken. Enlil and Ninlil, his spouse, Enki and his spouse Ninki, the one beforehand as Damkina was known, The sons of Nanar and Marduk were there. Ninmah was also in the judging. Ninurta spoke of the evil deeds that there were no justification for. Let death be the penalty, he said. The Agigi were right by complaining. A rest place on earth they do need. Marduk in counter argued, by his evil deed, all the Anunnaki and Agigi and Anzu did endanger, Enlil said. Enki and Ninmah with Enlil agreed. The evil must be extinguished, they said. To death by execution, the seven judged Anzu. With a killing ray, a laser beam, Anzu's life was extinguished. Let his body to the vultures be left, Ninurta said. Let him be buried on Lamu, Mars. In the cave next to Alalu, let him be laid to rest, Enki was saying. From the same ancestral seed the two of them were. Let Marduk the body to Lamu carry. Let Marduk there as commander stay. So was Enki to the judges suggesting, let it so be, Enlil said. Now, and so that's it, there you go. So they judged him and they buried him there on Mars, where the other one was left. So that's the end of that. And wow, more interesting stuff there. And again, this whole idea, and why we're reading this whole thing about this Lost Book of Enki, what it's supposed to be, for those of you who may have just been tuning in and just now hearing me read this, what's so fascinating about it is that it's a pre-history. It gets into the whole history of the bloodline and the genealogy of the people who came from wherever, Nibiru allegedly, to Earth and created mankind. And supposedly what we see now, the reason for this, why this has been kept away from us, and why Enki felt that mankind needed to know this information, is so that we could truly know who we are, where we came from, and all the basis for all these phony religions and all religions of the world are based on the restriction of this knowledge. So I'm glad that we're reading this and getting into this on air. It really is a good read. What was not conceived of was the unrest by the new coming Anunnaki who in the Abzu toiled. Okay, that's where we left off. Truth be said, Enki, to what was brewing, heed was not given. So they're saying that, the Anunnaki were sent to Earth to mine the gold. Were getting, they were getting tired and restless. They were mad because, they were essentially given a death sentence coming to Earth. Because Nibiru has such a long orbit, 3,600 years, something like that. So each one of their years, which they refer to as a shar, S-H-A-R, shar, a shar on Nibiru, one travel around the sun is 3,600 years. So, these people are used to living, we go once around the sun every day. So they're coming to Earth and, they're reaching old age at a much faster pace, and it's not allowing them to keep up. So they need something that, they basically are getting ready to revolt because nobody's listening to their ails. No, and that's what it's saying here. No, Abzu was not paying attention. The differences between on what is on Earth and what else in Nibiru appeared, and he wished to learn how the maladies of Earth's cycles and the atmospheres were caused. He wished to uncover. In the Abzu, by the gushing waters, a wondrous study place he erected. With all manner of tools and equipment, he furnished it. House of Life, he called its place. And to his son, Ningishida, he invited. Sacred formulas, tiny MEs, the secrets of life and death possessing they shaped. Absorbed in Enki was those studies. And it was among the Anunnaki, he noticed the brewing of the unrest. First to notice the trouble was Ninurta, a lessening of gold ores he had discovered. By Enlil, Ninurta was explaining what was going on. Unbearable is the toil, Ninurta was saying. Ninurta said this to his uncle Enki. Let us summon Enlil, Enki said. Enlil arrived in the Abzu, in a house near the excavations he was stationed.
And that's what blackberry salmon,
Let us
green
unner
butter looks
Enlil
like.
in his dwelling, the mine-working
Fresh cut
heroes
tomatoes
shouted.
and
Of the
stuff.
heavy work, let him relieve us. Let us proclaim war with hostilities. Let us gain relief, others shouted. The Anunnaki in the excavations, the words of incitement heeded. To their tools they set fire. Fire to their axes they put. They troubled Inugi, chief officer of the mining in the tunnels. They seized him. They held him as they went to the doorway of Enlil's dwelling. It was night and halfway through the watch. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I felt it coming. Enlil dwelling was surrounded. They had their tools held as torches high in the air. Kalkal, the gateway's guardian, bolted the door and aroused Nusku. Nusku, Enlil's vizier, roused his lord, got him out of bed, and said, "My lord, your house is..."
Fed 2 people on about $6. We're having fucking salmon. That's what I'm talking about. Smells like feet. Put Parmesan cheese on it.
Surrounded by battling Anunnaki.
Oh yeah.
Enlil summoned Enki
There you go.
to his
Sandy.
presence. What do my own eyes see? Is it against me that this thing is done? Thus was Enlil to them, saying, "Who is of the hostilities? Who is the instigator of these hostilities? Who's the one that is trying to get this going here? Who's responsible for this?" Thus Enlil was saying to them, "Who is the instigator of these hostilities? Every single one of us has these hostilities," the Anunnaki declared. "The toil is excessive. Our work is heavy. The distress is great. The work is causing the trouble," Enki to Anu was saying. "The lamentation is heavy. Every day the complaints we hear. The gold must be obtained," Anu was saying. "The work must continue. Release Anugi for consolations," Enlil to the hostile Anunnaki said. Anugi was released to the leaders, and he said, "Ever since Earth's heat has been rising, the toil is excruciating and unbearable to us.
Mm-hmm.
Let the rebels return to Nibiru. Let new ones come in their steed."
But keep in mind, they came here during
Their
the Ice
steed is
Age.
their ship or their chariot or whatever that's what they refer to as their ship.
One Ice Age.
"Perchance you can fashion new tools," Enlil said to Enki. For the Anunnaki, he rose to avoid the tunnels.
Mm.
"Let us summon my son," and they make reference to these tunnels, as if they found tunnels that were already existing that were under the ground. See, as if the inner Earth, world was already there prior to the Anunnaki coming to Earth. That's where they reference that a couple of times, and you don't ever see people really key in on that. I've noticed this a couple of times since I've been reading this, that they reference when they were digging into the Earth to find the gold, they found all these massive tunnel systems under the Earth, and they had to find a way around them.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that goes a long way towards this idea that the whole inner Earth thing was there long before there were humans on the Earth.
Long before there were Anunnaki.
"Let me summon my son Ningashita,
Mm-hmm.
and would take counsel with him." They summoned.
I have people ask me all day, "Are you sure we were?" Yes. There was a whole network of planet going on well before they came here. And it tells as such. They just didn't understand us. Simple as that. We didn't speak. We spoke with our hearts. No words. Ever. And we were drawing amazing things that they didn't give us credit for. Same reason we overlook it today. We weren't that smart, were we, back in the day? Yeah, actually we were. And they also explained that. It's how they saw what we were drawing. They had no idea what it meant. But they took on the personas of the things that we were drawing and tried to confuse us and hide us from ourselves. And I've done the videos explaining where I can see that in different dynasties where you can see where the writing changed, the building changed, the way we were building, all of it changed, and you can see it. You can actually see where they changed the shit. And I hadn't picked it out of the cuneiform at that point, but I was making the videos, and then just recently we were listening to it, and I was like, look. They just told us. They just told us, put that whole thing, because I saw it. I saw it on the walls. I could see it. I could see it in the building. And where some of this shit was just very fucking confusing. Because you could tell they really didn't know what the fuck we were drawing in the beginning. And I was coming to that conclusion by myself in these videos before we heard them admit it in the cuneiform. That's what I mean about the being strong in the knowledge, because I actually know now that each and every one of us, if you go over here and start learning these things, like I've been showing, you will literally have more knowledge than the average 32nd degree, 33rd, 52nd degree, anybody, because anybody alive today has less knowledge than what they had in the cuneiform days. That they were writing that self-admittedly don't know these things. Some of this information they've fought wars over, and we've watched that in front of our eyes, going into Iraq and taking out the museum pieces and shit like this. Guess who's got that information now without killing anybody? And we got more than that. It's you and I, you and I, we have that again now. And that's because of divine intervention. Nothing. I keep saying I fucking didn't ask for this information. It was given to us. That's for sure. I didn't study Egypt. I just woke up and could read hieroglyphs one day. It happens that way, I guess, when God makes a promise. Well, thank you, Rebel. I'm honored that you're here. Same rules apply. Give them 600-second timeout, unless you're just being penile units, prepubescent, fuckity fuck your moms. This is my workplace. We ain't here to fight. Block them. 600-second timeout for everybody else, though, because it's tough. And it needs to be explained and understood. I'm not going to sit here and debate with you if the moon's doing cartwheels. I'm not going to be nicer to your friends or family than I am to anybody else. Don't expect it of me. So if they haven't actually looked at the moon and pieced together what the fuck that means, don't bring them here. Don't fuck who you are, or who they are. Or Chico. See, Chico wants to come and he just doesn't understand the moon, so I won't let him in. That's how it works. Mm-hmm. The Homebrew's a better teacher than I am, for fuck's sake, Rebel. He's brand new at this. He hasn't had the taste of troll every day, all day in his mouth yet. He's still got that good demeanor. And he has a fucking awesome bass. And he gave it to himself. Of course, he knew about electronics and computers, but he came to me just as confused as any fucking one of you. Just as many questions. And I, just like anybody else, put it to a stop. And Homebrew said, yeah, fuck off, and went out and fucking taught himself. Now he knows what's going on. And I think that is what everybody should want for themselves. Because this shit ain't guesswork. This shit ain't guesswork. This is repeatable science. Mm-hmm. John does. He gets better and better at reading the monitors. And he'll take you to the Enlil all C and I. Isn't that funny? The Enlil fucking monitors out of fucking Iswa. And, yeah, come on, man. We're hearing about it fucking 6,000 years before the Bible, and they're naming this. You don't think they know about that? Of course they fucking know. Right in our faces. In the little fucking monitors. I know every one of you seen them. It's the one that shows the solar density coming out in the swirl. It's the swirl monitor. Well, it's all about just passing on the knowledge, Rebel. It's repaying humanity and God and creation. We've been shorting them for so long. It's it benefits me just as much as it does you and anybody else for you to learn. The more of us, the better. In many different varieties of better. You know, many different scopes of better. The more people we got, the better. I appreciate y'all's patience with me because you know how I am. I'm just that way. I'm not going to change. Ain't nothing going to change me except for mom and dad, and neither one of them told me I need to. Sometimes truth isn't pretty. Well, I'm glad. And see, that's what this is all about. This is, dude, you're not crazy. And here's why. I've covered it in previous videos. I try to do that for everybody. I've been in these shoes. One of my homemade drawings that I had, a friend of mine did for me. And that was my tool for a good 8 months, trying to take it around and show people what the moon was doing. I didn't have videos. I didn't know how to do anything. Good, Ruby. I knew cutting my hair would help. I had the long hair for a reason. I needed it. Lag in Georgia. Wouldn't surprise me if it's lag here too. Wages world. Oh Jesus. Mr. Blue Kool-Aid himself. Yeah, don't bring me any links over here, folks. The same rules apply. I'd probably smack you with them. I mean, yeah, especially if it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. I just woke up. I haven't figured out if I want coffee or not. I'm sitting there staring at your fucktard comment about how great blue Kool-Aid is. You're liable to push me over the edge to not need coffee. I'll be like, who fucker? What is this fucking fucktard bringing me blue Kool-Aid? Ain't they watched one of my goddamn videos? And see, that's not something I'm going to tell you. Don't stop watching them on my account. Because sometimes, I mean, especially if you're learning truth, you can look at these things and get a good laugh out of them. at least. But yeah, don't put your subs on my page, please. Not unless you clear it with asshole first. So, like I said, somebody was putting up pictures of album covers. He won't be doing that anymore. Yeah, if I tell you I covered it in a previous video and give you a title, you should probably go look for that. That's about as nice as I'm going to get with you. You ask again. You might get a warning, you might just get blocked. But if you get a warning, you're definitely getting blocked next time you open your mouth if you haven't made any progress down to a different video. I see you making 5 comments down this and questioning the same thing every 5 comments. You're done. I'm not here to debate. If you got some evidence, bring it. Fucking words ain't working for me. Because most of the time, if you look up your own words and you're talking some nonsense, you're going to figure out, of course, you're talking nonsense. We've gone over that with the stellar core thing. Remember that? It's like, let's see, what is a stellar core? And how does Nebaru have 18 of them spitting out water and oil and all kinds of stuff? None of that should be existing in a stellar core. Yeah, after our rules of the classroom. This is actually, the classroom's the other channel. This is my workspace. This is even more holy. I'm dead serious on that. You better have at least watched the moon flip, or until you have. Because this is my work. This is how I fund everything you see. This is me. This is why I don't take donations, because you've also sit here not bragging, but watch me make $120 in an hour. Where do I need your money? I don't need money, period. If I needed money, I wouldn't be sitting here on the step talking to you right now. Be on my fucking printing press over here, which I'm going to be. I'm just saying, I'm not in this to get rich. Not this money. It's the soul bucks. I'm after every soul buck you got. I get residuals every person you wake up. I get $1. I get a soul dollar. My stack keeps growing. Some of you already put $30 in my pocket. Rebel's working on his mother-in-law. So how it works. At least I believe that's who you said it was, your mother-in-law. Soul dollars. That's right. That's the only ones you can take with you. It's the only ones you can spend after you're gone. And as it is, greenbacks are about as worthless as fucking toilet paper. That's no kidding. If I was fake, I wouldn't be earning no soul bucks. Faking this kind of information, I would have hell to pay. How's that one? And I don't want that. I'm sure I've got karma in my previous lives to make up for. I don't know. There's some reason I volunteered for this. Here, well, look at the price of one roll of toilet paper. It's damn near $1. What are you gonna? What are you gonna do? You know? You get a lot more for your dollar. Trying whites for that buck one time. That's pretty worthless at that point. I can try and wash that shit off. Oh. Especially a crisp new one. And the fucked up thing is, $100 bill don't wipe your ass no better than a dollar bill. It doesn't. They cover just about them as much. The dollar ain't worth shit. 100 of them still ain't worth shit. I can't even get smart people to look at my video, my 15-minute video for $100. They tell me I'm crazy. Oh, you're crazy. You're talking shit. I'm like, well, why don't you click on there and get my $100 then? Fuck you. It'll worth your time. I thought $100 for 15 minutes dealing with a fucktard. I mean, dude, show me the flat earther with that dude. I'm going for $100 right now. Right fucking now. No, I couldn't. That's what I'm saying. I've been offering that money for over a year now. Raise it to 1,000 for a simple NASA link that doesn't exist. No, no, people do. They just want to argue with me. And, you know, they actually get the impression that this is my opinion or my belief, or it ain't none of that. Fucking time-proven fact, documented fact, and factual facts that we're talking about over here, regardless of how uncomfortable and crazy it sounds. It's the way, that's the way it is. Yeah, look at that. Patches and Chico are going to be pissed. The only thing, they got a little bit of blueberry left. I ate all that fish. And that was good. See why I'm so goddamn picky? At restaurant, I cook like that. Rebel! Back to your favorite part of the show. Patches is trying to get me. Beautiful day in Georgia. Good. It was a beautiful day here, too. It was nice and warm. I didn't even come down here till late. I was doing other things. Walked my kid to his friend's house. He actually went over there where they could see eye to eye and play games. I'm always asking him, I'm like, man, he's right fucking what, 3 blocks away? You're sitting there. The fuck is that? It's not even in my book as a teenager. It's not in the playbook I played by. It was any excuse to go over to X, Y, or Z's house because we were never there. You remember being a teenager? God, man, I gotta like practically bribe my kid to go misbehave, and it still doesn't work. He comes home early without any marks on him. All through his school here for the last 3 years of almost every day for the first year, of course, I was asking, I said, you found a bully yet? you found a bully? That turned into what? What kind of school is this? You mean you haven't found a bully? You haven't found anybody who picks on you? I was like, no, man, no. I was like, well, sitting in the parking lot, how about that one? I'll give him $1. You think he'd beat your ass? Yeah, that's the look I got. Of course, me being me, he had no idea if I was being real or not. So, yeah, it took him a minute. He's like, oh God. And keeping in mind, he's like 12, 13. His first days in school, Daddy's asking, which one do you want to be your bully? I'm going to go give him $1. Here, I'll give you $1. So when I give him $1, he can beat you up, take that $1. So I'm going to tell him I'm going to give him 2, but you got one of them. Ah, here comes Patches. She broke in. Oh dear. Where'd you get your opposing thumbs at, bitch? Huh? How'd you get in? How'd you get in here? Hey, get out of there. It's broken glass. Come on. No, come on. All right, joke over. Go, go. Joke's over. I don't want to be digging glass out of your paw. Go. Asa. Go. I haven't cleaned it all week. Hold on. Thank you. Oh, now she's back. She's like, oh, you son of a bitch. There's big, not only chunks of glass, they're curved. So, and I've had these in my foot. You don't want to get them in your foot because they curve around and it's hard to get them out. So I'd rather her wait until I clean down here. I haven't cleaned all week. I've been busy all week. Saw on my glass again. Hey, Great Rich. Trying to clean out my bowl. I've got some good hash up in there though. Still, it might clean me up. Sorry, Regal knows I'm a lightweight. Look, I'm all spitting on myself. Fuck. Hey, I don't want to smoke pot with that motherfucker. You see that? Shit. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to blow out my snot locker at some point. It's starting to fill up too. That can be treacherous. We've seen that before. Thank God that live feed's never going to be seen again. No, I don't remember blowing snot bubbles for live live shows ever. No, I don't remember that. Yeah. Not gonna let that happen again. Oh shit. Use this pokey device. It's a bit more precise. It was likely to break my hole. The only one I've ever made for myself. I hate donuts. It's such a beautiful piece. Well, I got 3 holes in there to clean out, so it takes a special bit of toolage to do. You know what? Where did I put the good weed? Got good weed on and brought. Yeah, I've got good weed. This is just my shake weed. Good. I had some citrusy stuff from Anna somewhere. I guess I didn't bring down my orange jar. It's probably still upstairs. So I don't see that motherfucker around. All I see is my glow in the dark mushroom buffalo sitting right there, waiting for Eli. He says it's a gag gift for one of his friends. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's the first one I ever made for myself, Regal. Took me a couple of hours, and I made it in COVID there. I've been blowing glass since '93. I've never actually made something with the intent to make it for me. Made it kind of manly. Got it's glitter, but it's metallic silver glitter, and black and green, glow in the dark blues. That one's it's a nice piece. So let's see what else we got here. I got some kind of strawberry shit. Uh, oh, what is that? Oh, that's mac and cheese. Purple. This is crescendo. Where's my strawberry? Strawberry sauce. Oh, okay. This is strawberry. Strawberry. Yeah. Strawberry. What strawberry? Sour strawberry. I knew it was 2 words, so that's sour strawberry. That's what I'm smoking all week. Left that. My other one. This is my grape, I think. All right. Crescendo. Oh, I smoke the fuck out of that too. Oh, here's my grape. Purple motherfucking sunset live hash. It's live. It ain't Memorex. That's what that shit looks like. old school compressed fucking hash. And it's grapey. Grapey. I love the smell of this shit. It is full of fucking terpenes. It's like you stuck your nose in a great big old stinky now and later grape thing. It tastes kind of like that too. We're gonna, oh, just now look at that little tiny crumbling. That's what I love about hash. You just crumble a little tiny bit up and it goes poof on you and expands and then covers your whole. If you ain't careful, you get a big old pile there. Then you're in trouble. You got to smoke hash right. First off, we got to get this all conglomerated and melt it down and stir it up again. Then we'll put some more hash on top of it. So sit back, relax, enjoy the show. Love this stuff. Get back to blowing glass in a moment. Oh, you do the cartridges? Those are nice. I'm more old school though. I know cartridges are convenient, but honestly, I've spent more on cartridges and the pens than I spend on a fucking ounce of weed. So and I know a glass blower. And normally my pipes have been the broken ones or the ones that didn't quite meet my quality. I haven't had one of those in a long time. And my broken ones and my went down to shit. I dropped my final one. I had to make one. And okay, you can get good flavors out of those cartridges too. I'll give you that. Some of them taste like fucking delicious, but I don't know what is making that flavor. I'm not sure. I didn't watch the process. I'm sure it's terpenes because they say it's a terpene stick, but I know it's flavored. And I've been jonesing for real hash because they've got like the butter and all that stuff mixed with the oils, and you can always taste their solvents. Hash doesn't have a fucking solvent. It's shook out and compressed under a little bit of heat. That's it. That's the formula for hash. Like, yeah, baby. That's what I like. That's unaltered, and I'm into unaltered stuff. You start concentrating it, then it does. I'm still a little weary of these concentrates, the new ones, the shatters. Some of them are okay because they're like live hash, you're squished and all that shit. These solvent things, man, solvents have never been good for you. Why would they start being good for you now? Anyways, I'm more old school. I even roll my joints if I got hash, just a little tiny bit along the joint, and it doesn't resin up your joint too bad, and it tastes so fine. Yeah, rosins are good. Exactly. There's stuff that they use that are solventless. Love them. But for the majority, you're seeing a lot of solvent stuff. For the majority of it, the shatters and everything else, of course, has solvents. Not many, but still, I've got to contend with that every time I light it too. Which, if you notice, I try to not even hit my flame to that, because it's got the hash on it, old school hash smoking. You're not really trying to catch that shit on fire. Just that one corner's lit. Because I'm a cheap bastard. That shit's fucking $30 a gram. where I'm paying $30 an ounce. Watch me be a cheap bastard. I'll make a little pinch last minute. But yeah, you just like the little fucking corner of that shit. Once you get it going, that shit's gonna hurt you. Now, what I like is when it gets to a certain point, after you've lit it a time or two, you can actually take and crumble this up into your veggie matter. Make yourself a little bit of what they refer to as what is that, a moon rock? Except it's not a rock, it's moon shaped now. And you've still got at least 3/4 of that. Now it's mixed up in with your vegetative matter too. So that's going to add to your whole flavor. So let's just, throw some of this Afghan on top of it. Now that it's mixed in. And the cheesy with the grape, well, it's just a flavor you're going to have to imagine. It's delicious. It's like mixing sodas. Like you got your Fanta, and then you put some Dr. Pepper in there. You get a little bit of root beer in there. A shot of your Mountain Dews. Stir it up. Suicide mixes. You remember them as a kid. I still make them for my boy. It's like, you taste that. Yeah, I'll take a look. Yeah, see, now I'm ready for fucking another brand new fresh hit of. Granted, the stack's a little bit less, but who needs more hash? I mean, I already got enough hash in that motherfucker, but I'm going for some flavor. I love when my Mary Jane tastes like something. Makes your water right here on your lips in anticipation, and you just stare at your boy. Mm-hmm. Yes, my girl. You don't want to count no more. Oh, gravity bong, Jesus. Yeah, I've used those too, Kim. I've had my days of smoking a quarter a day. I mean, look, y'all been gone all week. I still got a big old sack of my fucking OG. Still working on that. I got at least another month of weed in this thing. Although I'm already thinking about the next ounce. It's about time. Let's think about the next ounce too. Just in case, I want to have enough stash on hand to let everybody die off, and then I can go fucking get their shit. Realist. Or I can trade it with somebody. I got seeds. Well, shit. Although, honestly, most marijuana farmers are probably preppers anyways, just because of the nature of who we are.